The Bills gearing up for the Steelers on their mini-bye following the Texans' loss last week. Some news from the transaction wire yesterday. Offensive lineman Tylan Grable's 21-day practice window from injured reserve is open yesterday afternoon. But a plethora of injuries following the contest last week per head coach Sean McDermott. Dalton Kincaid, Fedarian Mathis, and Curtis Samuel are all improving injury-wise. They're taking it, quote, one day at a time. Terrell Bernard is week to week. Maxwell Hairston's in concussion protocol. And the team is gathering information on Spencer Brown's potential injury status as well. Josh Allen is sore, but should be good to go against Pittsburgh. Mecole Hardman went on to injured reserve, and we'll get a full injury update later today. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Following their 4-1 win over Carolina, the Sabres back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Penguins in Pittsburgh with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. They've won 4 of their last 5 and look to keep the hot streak going. Last night around the NFL, the 49ers demolished the Panthers 20-9. In other news, the Packers listed Josh Jacobs with a knee injury as limited on Monday's estimated practice report. The Commanders coach Dan Quinn said Terry McLaurin with a quad injury was practicing on Monday. And Buccaneers coach Todd Bowles said the plan is to ramp up Chris Godwin's usage. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of...
Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Underrated candies. Ready? Go.
The suspense is terrible. He's going to go this time. I hope it'll last.
Butterfinger underrated. Even though it's not like people don't know about it, people just forget how good it is.
It's fine.
When you eat one, you're like, whoa, Butterfinger.
I don't go, whoa. I'm like, oh, good. It's a Butterfinger.
I mean, you don't even like Reese's Cups.
Not at room temperature.
I'm a trifle deaf in this ear. Speak a little louder next time.
They're better than Tootsie Rolls.
Joe, I have this Reese's Cup for you. It's 52 degrees. Oh, that's not room temperature.
That's close. That's closer.
What is room temp? 67? I want to know the no-go temperature range for you on a Reese Cup.
50. It's got to be below 50.
I just pictured Joe, by the way.
Below 50.
Where you go to his house.
Yeah.
He's got the Reese's Cups out on a platter, and there's like a meat thermometer.
I got a meat thermometer, yeah.
There's a meat thermometer.
Absolutely.
48. Perfect.
Yes.
Too cold. Far too cold.
Melted jelly beans. They were awesome.
There's no way.
Hot jelly beans.
Good day, sir.
Melt some jelly beans.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Do we have any Halloween candy left? It's been less than a month. Anything? I think I've got 2 packs of Swedish fish left that have been sitting there for like 5 days.
I gotta tell you,
a week.
I think Bulldog hoards the Halloween candy
Oh.
for months and months in some hiding spot that we are not aware of.
Interesting.
He's a hoarder.
He's got a secret stash.
Yeah, he's very.
Is he pulling from the secret stash, or he's hiding it so that it does not, so that no one touches it at all, and then it'll appear in months?
He's siphoning off pieces from that stash. I am sure of it.
Okay. Have you ever thought to try to find it?
Oh yeah, of course.
And you
I
haven't
just
found
can't.
it.
He's a
Wow.
He's a steel trap.
That's
guy.
insane.
Do we think there's like a trap door somewhere, or
There's
like is
gotta
there
be.
a bookcase that could
I
potentially
think
move?
there's booby
or
traps involved. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably some really dangerous stuff in our attic somewhere that's just waiting to get the first,
Yeah,
first victim.
I'd be at a point where I'd want to start like lightly knocking on the walls to see like where a little panel
Just
comes
hollow,
out.
pulling on books on
Start
shelves.
moving guitars on the
Yeah.
floor. See
Yeah.
if it like opens up, right?
Maybe
Anything
there's
like
a
that.
guitar that's not really a guitar.
Right.
It's actually
You got to play a lick on it, and it'll
Yeah.
open a door or something.
It's a secret code.
Yeah,
the
the
search
secret
for
code.
Bulldog's Halloween candy.
I
I'm
still
into it.
have Easter candy. I mean, that's how I am. I
Whoa.
have giant Reese's.
Last Easter,
Yeah.
Is
you
that
have
even
Easter
good
candy.
still?
Yes. Yeah. I just don't get to eating it.
What
It
is
just
so?
sits there.
Wait, you have what? Reese's shaped eggs.
The
egg-shaped
giant,
Reese's.
The giant rabbits, the bunnies.
You have giant chocolate rabbits that are left from
I'll have to bring one in. Actually, they're like
9
this-
months ago.
They're like this big, and they're sitting just wrapped in the cupboard.
That surviving is. Are you not a sweet tooth guy? You're not a.
I'm not that big of a sweet tooth guy. It's got to be
Okay.
the right kind of night for a sweet tooth.
Because the chocolate bunny from Easter, that doesn't survive the night.
No.
Because
Well, it's
you're
peanut
not
butter
getting
filled.
a giant bag of candy. You're getting a small little basket with some,
It's one item that's equivalent to a bag of candy that you don't feel as bad about eating the entire thing as you would about eating an entire bag of candy.
Right. If it's big enough, I might not eat the whole thing in one sitting. In fact, I
Right.
probably won't.
Well, it's filled with it's like a big Reese's cup, so it's a big filled with peanut butter bunny.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
How do we feel like that's going to last, though?
Yeah.
Peanut butter at this point?
I don't know. I feel like it's
9 months
wrapped
later.
in the foil still. It's
I mean,
totally airlocked.
You say
know?
this with a chocolate Stanley cup above your head that I'm looking at right now. That's
No,
been
that thing will
That's been
never
there
move.
since
for-
I was alive.
That thing has been there since Ryan Gates was the producer on the afternoon show, and it's not to be opened until the Sabres win the Stanley Cup, and they're a little ways away from that.
So when Owen and I retire,
Yeah.
that's what
So
we're
you
looking
should
at there.
bring in the chocolate bunny, I think, and we should see if it lasts 9 months.
We'll
the peanut
do.
butter.
I like that.
It'll get
idea.
more usage than just sitting where it is now. So
We'll cut into it. It'll be a big spectacle.
Yeah. Lot to get to today. We've got Jason Zucker coming up a little bit later on today's show at 8 a.m. We'll talk with him in place of Lindy Ruff. We've had him on before, and he's back playing. He just went through, like, a crazy viral illness where he couldn't eat for 2 weeks, and he's been also unbelievable in the 2 games since he returned. So we'll talk with him. Sabres won 4 of 5. They are kind of getting their way back into the mix here in a pretty bad Atlantic division. They're off today. They will play tomorrow against the Penguins. A couple of road games this week. We also, a little bit later on, we'll have Howard Picks the Bills, of course, and then Adam Krautwurst from Full Time Fantasy is going to join us, kind of just look around the league as we are into playoff season in the fantasy world. We'll spend just a couple minutes with him at 8 o'clock as we're getting you towards Thanksgiving. Last night's Monday night game was pretty forgettable. I mean, it was not, you could tell early on, not going to be a good game to watch all the way through. It was giving me mad Thursday night football vibes. Something about the PA announcer was so loud on the broadcast, and it honestly, little things like that do not often drive me nuts on a football broadcast. If I'm there to watch the game and there's something little annoying happening, like Herb Street, for instance, being insufferable on the broadcast, I never noticed on my own. Jeremy pointed it out, and now I can't unsee it. But usually little things like that go right over my head. Was I alone? The PA announcer, it sounded like a preseason game where the guy's mic was turned up to 1,000, and it was rattling throughout the stadium, and you could hear it on the broadcast.
I am the opposite of you, where I am hyperfixated
You're
on
noticing immediately.
broadcast stuff, and I think 2 plays into the game, I turned to Dad and I said, "Why does everything in the stadium sound so loud?"
Yeah.
It feels like every player has their own mic on. And then the PA announcer said something. I was like, "Whoa!"
I heard everything he said the whole
What
day.
is happening? This is crazy, and that stuff drives me insane always, and I always notice it, and it significantly affects my sports watching experience every time I watch something.
Yeah.
Because Bulldog infected me with a curse of just hating like almost
Yep.
every broadcaster.
Yep.
But that drove me nuts last night to the point where I at halftime I was like, I'm done. I can't watch this. It was picks
Well,
all
it
over
also,
the place.
yeah, I was saying, it also wasn't a very good
gotta
football
go.
game.
This
You had
is over.
4 interceptions in the first half, I
Yeah.
think, and then Bryce Young had another one in the second half. Purdy couldn't hit anything yesterday. And he is back, but there's like, hey, is Mac Jones as good as you? Questions in San Francisco right now. They won, though. They played a probably bad Carolina team. They are 6-6 in half a game out of their division. So I don't know how far I want to go with that's a terrible football team, but that's we know it's not a great team. We saw the Bills thrash them without having to really do anything with Josh Allen. So that's what you got last night on Monday Night Football. I think this week is going to be a little bit better for everybody in terms of the primetime games, in part because you have Thanksgiving, and the Thanksgiving slate is pretty darn great. Between the Packers-Lions game, which is great, the Chiefs-Cowboys game, which should be a lot of fun. Dallas plays high-scoring games. Chiefs are trying to get into the playoffs. Bengals-Ravens is also good because Burrow's back. And the Ravens have won 5 in a row. They're in first place in their division. I think there was a good Sunday night game, too. No, never mind. Broncos-Commanders, not great. So once you get to Sunday and Monday, not as good. New England is the one I was looking at. New England plays on Monday night against the Giants. With Jameis, that should be a fun game. And we're going to start on the Patriots just for a moment, because the Patriots, I think a lot of what's happening to the feeling around the Bills right now, which I think is probably about as negative as it ever has been at this point in a season, even though it's not that different of a season. So maybe it's just Bills fans getting a little tired of why every year does it seem so hard when you have this quarterback. Why? I saw a tweet last night about some of the Bills' passing stats and EPA and like, hey, things are actually fine. And they rank 6th and 7th in some of the major passing efficiency categories. And when I look at that, I say, if you are 7th in the league in passing and your quarterback is Josh Allen, not even in terms of volume, in terms of how good you are, how efficient you are. If you're 7th, that's embarrassing when you have a quarterback that is this good. You should be able to blindfold yourself and walk into 7th in the league in passing if that's your quarterback. So, there are things to look at with them that are not going so well, that also are not totally unique to this season. We have seen it in the past. The biggest difference, because I think if the Patriots didn't exist right now in their current form, the Bills would just be in first in the division with a pretty good record, and they have to fight and claw to get the 1 seed, which is every year, and they'd be looking at hosting a home playoff game, and this year might be different that you might play the Chiefs if you were to host a home playoff game, and the time of that game might be a little different, but you just be back where you've always been. 11-win team, first in your division, hosting a playoff game, not the 1 seed, and things look really hard and don't look perfect. So, could be a combination of just being worn out from the fight to get the most out of Josh Allen. That has been an up and down fight over recent years. Last year, some might have thought, that was the way to do it, that they did it. He won the MVP. Some of the numbers, though, point to, like, even last year, he was relegated in some fashion to a game manager-esque quarterback, at least more of that than he ever had been before. And now I think folks are back to, all right, let's get back to him being Superman. I think there's always been this push and pull on how much you want him to do. And by accident, by trying to have him have to do less, I think the Bills have backed their way into having to have him do more. And the reason that that's happened is, like if he's Superman, you ever watch a Superman movie? Before Superman arrives, the police are always trying to get a handle on things, right? With some supervillain, they're trying to take down some supervillain on their own before Superman gets there. And then what happens? They can't, and Superman arrives, and then he saves the day. I feel like the Bills are constantly trying to save the day before Superman arrives. They feel like that's the way to do it. We can beat... I picked the worst superhero movie because who's going to be the number one villain here? It's early in the day. Give me a Superman villain.
Ooh.
It would be
Lex
Luthor, right?
Lex Luthor. There you go.
That's like the guy.
There you go. Lex Luthor. How am I going to beat Lex Luthor? I don't need Superman. You need to stay over there. Park yourself over there. We don't need you to do too much. We don't need you to do too much. We're good. We got this. That's how I feel like the Bills have approached offense, especially in the last couple of years. And again, think it has begun to backfire to where now Allen is having to do a lot more. And the ways in which that is true, buying time in the pocket, holding on to the ball a lot longer, he's getting hit. I think a thing that I'm getting asked a lot from friends or just whoever recently is, how healthy is Josh right now? Guy's getting beat up. People see how many sacks he's taken. You just watch the games. You saw Atlanta. You knew he got hit a lot. You watched this last game against Houston. You knew he got hit a lot. There's a clip we should play in a little bit. D'Amico Ryans talking yesterday about how he even said they put a lot on that guy's plate. They basically ask him to buy time and escape the pocket while everybody's going one-on-one. And they're not giving him a lot of help in terms of protection when the line is getting beat, at least. I mean, is it a way to live this way? It's how they've built their team. What is the pivot at this point? I think the one thing that I'm more confident in, though, right now is that McDermott is not going to sit idly by and let this continue for the remainder of the season. That if you're confused by Joe Brady's game plan going into a game like Houston and don't understand, why didn't they chip guys? Why didn't they keep a tight end in more to block on passing plays? Why didn't they keep a running back in more often to help protect Allen? Why didn't they put Gilliam out there? Just be my personal protector. Something. Anything. Especially after Spencer Brown gets hurt and I've got Ryan Vandemark in there, and it was very clear very quickly that dude was not going to be able to block either Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter. Why didn't I do something about it? And that's a question for Joe Brady. But what McDermott said post-game about, multiple times, he might have said it 3 times, that this is no way to live. It's not healthy to have our quarterback getting hit 12 times. He kept mentioning that. 12 times that the quarterback got hit. And that is the new part of Allen and the push and pull of how do you build an offense around him? What's the best way to utilize him to get the most out of him? Because right now, the biggest issue is he's getting hit and he's taking a lot of sacks. And that has never happened to this degree since he has been an elite quarterback. Since 2020, the highest sack percentage of Josh Allen's career in that stretch, 2020 to now, is this year. Unsurprisingly, it's 7.8%. 7.8% of his dropbacks, he is getting sacked. That number has never been above 5.5. And other than that, 4.3. But 5.5 was the next closest. He is more than 2% higher. In that year, which was the 22 season, that is Dable's last year, right? No, it's Dorsey's first year. He takes 33 sacks in total. He, at the moment, is at 28. And there are, 6 games to go? He's going to go way past that. At this rate, he's going to go way past that. So now you try to figure out, all right, if I got to morph the offense a little bit down the stretch, how do I do it? How do I do it, especially when I play a pass rush like that? Because the best pass rushes they have played, Atlanta does it via the blitz. But they do it. They're good at getting after the quarterback. They just need blitzing. And the Bills didn't really have an answer for it. Then they played Houston. And Houston is maybe the best defensive line in football, but the Bills just didn't really have an answer for it. What will their answer be when they play other top pass rushes? They will play other ones. They will play Cleveland. And I'm not afraid of Cleveland's offense, and that feels like a game the Bills should win. Maybe it feels a similar game, though, to the Houston game, which is, all right, I'm playing a backup quarterback, and I'm playing an offense that's not very good. The team doesn't seem to be great. But, I got to worry about Myles Garrett. And Cleveland's got other guys. But Garrett, I mean, he's on pace to break the sack record right now. What is my answer going to be when I play him? What about the week after that? They'll play the Eagles, and the Eagles with Jalen Phillips, and Brandon Graham is back in the picture, Jalen Carter up the middle. They have a great pass rush. They also can cover in the back end. What is my answer going to be when I play them? Because basically, those will be their biggest two tests from here to the end. How do you not let Allen get hit, especially when you're playing top teams like this, top pass rushes like this, defenses? The team to think about in the playoffs for that is Denver. Denver is getting sacks on 11% of their dropbacks. 11% of the opponent's dropbacks. That's a crazy number. More than one of every 10 times that the other quarterback drops back to pass, the Broncos are going to get a sack. They are great. And if the Bills play them, and they could play them in round one. What I'm basically doing now is looking at how the season is going to play out as to who they could play in round one. Because they're going to have to go on the road. They're going to have to win games on the road. And if you're looking at things that they have the hardest time with throughout this regular season, you would say a physical run game. They have the hardest time with that. I mean, really, they can't stop anybody on the ground. That typically, though, is something that I think you can get by with. You can get by with a bad run defense. Historically speaking, that seems to be true. You can go on a deep playoff run. Other things that they're really bad at, again, I think when they play a top rush, they're bad at keeping their quarterback upright and not taking hits and not taking sacks. And it's not just the line. I mean, the line is actually, I think, relatively a really good offensive line. They didn't look like it on Thursday, but the receivers, this is where they get folded in to this equation on how long it takes guys to get open over the course of the year, and that contributes to how long Allen has to hold on to the ball. And then there's blame on Allen's shoulders. How much is he at blame for not getting rid of the ball quick when there is somebody open? And if that is even his fault. Because if he's seeing things out there that he doesn't trust, is that an Allen problem? Or is that a you haven't given him things to trust problem? That's a Brady problem. That's a Bean problem. I don't know how you solve it now. And that really is the biggest question. How do you solve that now? If you think, and I tend to, that they don't feel like a team that could deal with a top defense like that has great pass rushers, what do you do when you play one? They might only have to play Denver when they get to playoff time, but what would you do if you played one? And screens would be an answer that some coaches would have, and I feel like Bills fans right now are throwing the radio at the sound of more screens in this offense. I think we've had about enough of screens, especially the ones to Shakir, because it feels like the league has kind of figured those out. 803-0550 is the phone number. I want to get to New England and the feeling that Bills fans might have right now on the season as a whole, and how the Patriots are lumped into that. I wonder where Bills fans are in New England. Do they think this is just a product of the schedule and they've played nobody? Or could this be a year-to-year-to-year problem that the Bills have? Because I tend to think we are headed for the long haul of having to deal with Vrabel and May and McDaniels and maybe Diggs for a few more years. Like there's a lot of New England, I think, coming the Bills' way. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jason Zucker coming up at 8 o'clock. We got plenty of time for your phone calls before that. I don't know, what word would best describe your feeling right now about the way the season is going? Don't know that they're all going to be nice words, but give me a call, and you can also send a tweet in at Sneaky Joe Sports, and again, we'll have open phone lines from now until 8 o'clock. Joe Cali producing, Owen Parker as well, Joe DiBiase. Jeremy is off today, and this is WGR. being worn out from the fight to get the most out of Josh Allen. That has been an up and down fight over recent years. Last year, you might have thought, some might have thought, that was the way to do it, that they did it. He won the MVP. Some of the numbers, though, point to, like, even last year, he was relegated in some fashion to a game manager-esque quarterback, at least more of that than he ever had been before. And now I think folks are back to, all right, let's get back to him being Superman. I think there's always been this push and pull on how much you want him to do. And by accident, by trying to have him have to do less, I think the Bills have backed their way into having to have him do more. And the reason that that's happened is, you know, like if he's Superman, you ever watch a Superman movie? Before Superman arrives, the police are always trying to get a handle on things, right? With some supervillain, they're trying to take down some supervillain on their own before Superman gets there. And then what happens? They can't, and Superman arrives, and then he saves the day. I feel like the Bills are constantly trying to save the day before Superman arrives. They feel like that's the way to do it. We can beat... I picked the worst superhero movie because who's going to be the number one villain here? It's early in the day. Give me a Superman villain.
Ooh.
It would be
Lex
Luthor, right?
Lex Luthor. There you go.
That's like the guy.
There you go. Lex Luthor. How am I going to beat Lex Luthor? I don't need Superman. You can stay over there. Park yourself over there. We don't need you to do too much. We're good. We got this. That's how I feel like the Bills have approached offense, especially in the last couple of years. And again, think it has begun to backfire to where now Allen is having to do a lot more. I'm going to start on the Patriots just for a moment because the Patriots, I think a lot of what's happening to the feeling around the Bills right now, which I think is probably about as negative as it ever has been at this point in a season, even though it's not that different of a season. So maybe it's just Bills fans getting a little tired of why every year does it seem so hard when you have this quarterback. Why? I saw a tweet last night about some of the Bills' passing stats and EPA and like, hey, things are actually fine. And they rank 6th and 7th in some of the major passing efficiency categories. And when I look at that, I say, if you are 7th in the league in passing and your quarterback is Josh Allen, not even in terms of volume, in terms of how good you are, how efficient you are. If you're 7th, that's embarrassing when you have a quarterback that is this good. You should be able to blindfold yourself and walk into 7th in the league in passing if that's your quarterback. So, you know, there are things to look at with them that are not going so well, that also are not totally unique to this season. We have seen it in the past. The biggest difference, because I think if the Patriots didn't exist right now in their current form, the Bills would just be in first in the division with a pretty good record, and they have to fight and claw to get the 1 seed, which is every year. And they'd be looking at hosting a home playoff game. And this year might be different than you might play the Chiefs if you were to host a home playoff game. And the time of that game might be a little different. But you just be back where you've always been. 11-win team, first in your division, hosting a playoff game, not the 1 seed.
The Bills gearing up for the Steelers this Sunday on their mini-bye following the Texans' loss last week. Some news from the transaction wire. Offensive lineman Tylan Grable's 21-day practice window from injured reserve opened yesterday afternoon, but still a plethora of injuries following the contest last week. Per head coach Sean McDermott, Dalton Kincaid, Fedarian Mathis, and Curtis Samuel are all improving injury-wise. They're taking it, quote, one day at a time. Terrell Bernard is week to week. Maxwell Hairston in concussion protocol, and the team is gathering information on Spencer Brown's potential injury status. Josh Allen is sore, but should be good to go against Pittsburgh. McCole Hardman went on to injured reserve as well. We'll get an injury report later today, but that's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Following their 4-1 win over Carolina, the Sabres back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Penguins with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. They have won 4 of their last 5 games and look to keep their hot streak going. And around the NFL, last night, the 49ers demolished the Panthers 20-9. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
True. Everybody just has to, first and foremost, I thought it was a scheme that we don't see much. Most of the times we're getting a lot of chips. There are a lot of 7-man protection schemes. So they really put a lot on their quarterback's play to really, all right, guys are going to have one-on-one matchups, and they really were hoping that he could escape the pocket and get past guys. And he's such a big guy, such a tough tackle. So not only – were they able to get to him, but to get him down, that's a really tough tackle. And it was impressive the way those guys got him down. But everybody did what exactly they needed to do. Coach Rod did a really good job. He does a great job of coordinating the games and the stunts that we run. And I thought this was the best game that we had of guys being really in sync. Whether we were sending the end inside and wrapping our tackles outside. It was even on our last play of the game, the 4th down play, Sheldon Rankins is wrapping around outside. He's coming free to the quarterback, and it forced Josh to where he couldn't step through and finish his throw. He had to let it go sooner than he wanted to, and that's why Kalen got the pick.
That is Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans on the Texans Voice show. And you heard it there. He said it's a scheme we don't see a lot, that you're getting extra help most times. Teams are fearful or respectful of what the Texans present as a defense and a pass rush, and what do teams react with? Guys, they're amazing. Will Anderson's awesome. Hunter's awesome. We need to keep a running back or a tight end in, and we need to block for our quarterback. And the Bills said, no, we're good. We're just going to roll out with 5, and we'll be fine. And then they weren't. And you heard it from Ryan. It's what that does is it puts a lot on your quarterback. He said, quote, they really put a lot on the quarterback's play. Guys are going to have one-on-one matchups. They really hope that he can escape the pocket. You're asking your quarterback to escape the best pass rush in the league without any extra help. Tough. Didn't work. 803-0550 is the phone number. You got a word that best describes your feeling on the way the season is going? I want to get to the Patriots a little bit too, on whether that's more, hey, easy schedule, they're not as good as you think. There are some numbers that point to that. Or this is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. We're going to be dealing with them for a long time. 803-0550 is the phone number on either. Let's go to DJ in Lockport first. What's up, DJ?
Hey, good morning, guys. My word, I'm a Bean fan. I like Bean. I've liked what he's done. I like the energy he brought to this organization. They clearly turned it around, because I went through those 17 years of the drought, and it was a horrible time for football. And this Waddle thing is really bothering me. The idea that if that's what the story was, is that he wasn't willing to give up that first pick for this next year as opposed to the following season. The arrogance it takes to think that you're going to pick a player that's going to be more productive than Jalen Waddle would be right now in the middle of Josh Allen's 29-year-old season, while we need a wide receiver that could separate. That's exactly what that guy would have been. It would have took so much off of Allen's plate. It would have made the pecking order step down one more for every other wide receiver to take on one less of a better competitor on the other side of the ball. because they double up Waddle. Just the butterfly effect that it would have caused for this team would have been astronomical. Mm-hmm. And then Waddle was part of the team that beat us the next week. It's just like, it's the arrogance of being overthinking things, or whether he thinks he's smarter than everybody now, or he's oversmarting himself, or what it is. But it's a very, on top of obviously the interview with Jerry and Joe, it just,
yep.
It just goes that far for me. I'm going to hang up and listen. That's my word, is arrogance. I'm a fan of Beans, but he's coming off as arrogant to me now, and I don't like it because it's deflating my football team. So
yeah.
Take care, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, DJ. Waddle, that was the story. The reporting was that they had a deal that was pretty close, and that Miami would have been willing to do it, or that what they wanted at least was a 2026 first-round pick and a third, and that the Bills were only willing to offer a 2027 first and a third. And I think if that story was out there to try to calm the waters, say we tried to get a receiver, I think it backfired, because I think people saw that, wait, the only difference you had here is which year the pick was in. Who cares? You're getting the player. Do it. And I tend to agree. It's tough to know how much of an impact a guy can make in the middle of a year like that, when he's not up to speed on the playbook and how much is he on the field. But I tend to think that, we're a couple weeks past the trade deadline at this point, that the guy's talented enough. Waddle would be on the field if he was here, and he would be making an impact. Or he'd be making some effect. Part of what you laid out, like what's the butterfly effect of if Waddle was here? I mean, that game against Houston, or any game you play a top defense where Allen's holding onto the ball, and that makes his job harder, and that makes the line's job harder because they got to block for longer. If you had a guy out there that was getting open quick because he's awesome and is a great athlete and a good route runner, then, hey, the line doesn't have to block for as long. Or Allen doesn't have to hold onto the ball for as long. Like, it can all come back to that. It really can. It can all come back to receiver. I think it does branch off that the quarterback's amazing. That it's not some fatal flaw of his that he holds onto the ball. We've been watching him his whole career. We know it's not true, typically. We know the line is good. We know Dawkins is good. We know Brown is good. McGovern and Torrance and Edwards is a good interior. Like, we know it's a good line. But when you get poor performances like you just saw, I think part of it can be pointed back at, they've got to block longer and the quarterback's got to hold the ball longer because you don't have that guy that can give you an answer quick, give the quarterback an answer quick. 803-0550 is the phone number. We got to vote for arrogance so far is the word that describes you're feeling with the Bills. Rob in North Tonawonda's next. What's up, Rob?
Hey, good morning, Joe. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
I wanted to say that New England, when it comes to New England, it's all luck this year, seems like, with their fourth place schedule, and yet they're squeaking by teams almost like what Kansas City did last season. It's like Kansas City was getting outplayed, but somehow they found a way to win and all that. And it's like, I'm thinking if Brandon Beane can go in these off seasons until the end of Josh Allen's career, I mean, I would try to stay ahead of New England, like getting weapons for Josh Allen the next couple of years, even adding on to the defense. But, that's where I think it comes down to. I think we still have a better team than New England. It's just that New England's coming off of a Kansas City type season like Kansas City had last season.
Yeah. Do you believe, though, that's you think, though, that they won't get better from here? I guess, do you think, what does next year look like if they have a good schedule? You think that this is a 1-year anomaly?
I would say so, because I think teams will, your upper echelon teams will start getting better. Think, wait a minute, Baltimore struggled, Kansas City struggled this year. We have struggled this year, and I think they know, wait, we got to get better than Denver. We got to get better than, Indy. We're starting to see some scary teams this season, and I think that's where I see that we all have to improve. The upper echelon teams like us, Kansas City, and Denver.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob, for the call. I tend to think that, sure, they're getting the benefit of a pretty easy schedule. They're not winning every game by one score, lucky at the end, the way that Kansas City was every week last year. There are some of those. Last week, Flacco throws the worst pick six you've seen all year, and they won by 6. They beat Tampa by 5, and the story there was what? There was a play late in the game that, was pretty close, but whatever. They beat the Bucs by 5 on the road. The Atlanta one, that's the one I'm thinking of. Atlanta misses an extra point. That's the game you could look at and go, you got lucky there. Atlanta missing an extra point. But otherwise, they beat Cleveland by 20. They beat the Titans by 20. They beat the Panthers by 30. For the most part, they've done the job when they're supposed to. They beat the Jets by 13. They've got their 2-score games in here. Their 30-point games in here. Chiefs weren't doing that last year. I do agree that their record is better than it should be because of the first-place schedule. Where I would like to take it, though, with New England is even if you believe that's true, I don't take it to mean that, they'll just take a step back next year when they're playing tougher teams. They've got cap space. They've got a great young quarterback. The coach is a good coach, and I don't think they're just going to sit on their hands and keep rolling with what they've got. They will go after big fish. And for that, I think it means the Bills have a problem in the division for probably a long time. The Bills' standard just got a lot higher. And that's just for winning the division. The standard just got a lot higher. And I got to be honest, I do not think it's ever going back to what it was.
I'm with you. And I was actually, in that first segment when you mentioned the Patriots here, I had a similar thought where this is, I agree with you. I think that the Patriots are here to stay, and this is going to be a war between these two franchises for the next 5 to 8 to 10 years.
Like the rest of Allen, probably.
I think the rest of Allen, we're going to be dealing with Allen versus May for the division every year. And part of what I thought, I was just trying to think of bright sides here, was could it be beneficial for the Bills to have a year where you're not coasting into the playoffs and where you're pushing for something? The last few years, there was the one Miami year, but they really coughed that up. And I feel like it could be good for them to feel pressure, to feel we got to do something here. Whether that means this year or in the future, I think this is going to force the Bills' hand to, we can't rest on our laurels. This team's going to get better. We need to keep up.
Right.
Because they're better than us right now.
Yeah, the idea.
They're a better team right now.
Yeah, when he said that, I think they're pretty close. Honestly, I think they're pretty close. What are the Bills definitively better at than New England right now?
Quarterback.
They have a better line and they have a better run game.
Right.
That's definitely true. You
Pass
still want to
catching.
give Allen over May? Good with that.
Right.
But May's been awesome all year. What else?
Pass catching is better on New England. The
secondary is better in New England.
Yeah, I think they are going to give the Bills fits, and I think it's going to force them to push, and that's going to be interesting to see what that means.
It's a good point. It kind of goes with how the Bills constantly act like everything is fine all the time. Will be fine. There's no, there's no Diggs fire like there used to be.
Right.
At least not that we see. Maybe there is. Maybe there's someone in that locker room that, maybe Terrell Bernard is somebody to be like that. I'm not sure. But the attitude of will be fine starts to get tested when, you sure? Because these guys just took your title.
Yeah, I think
crown.
If you're in that room thinking we're fine and you don't have to worry about it,
right,
then you are in trouble.
Right.
You've got a team on your hands here that is looking like, with the cap space they've got, if that quarterback keeps doing what he's doing, that's a perennial contender like you have been.
Right, if they get it right.
If they get it right.
And they got a lot of money to get it right with. Not everyone always gets it right.
But they got a great coach. They got a good coordinator. They got a good quarterback.
Yeah,
you're in good shape there.
I'm very curious what their future looks like. But right, like the right now is already, to me, like they're at least on par.
Right.
803-0550 is the phone number. Sean, we'll start with you when we get back. We'll roll through phone calls. We still have open segments coming up until 8 o'clock. Jason Zucker will join the show. We'll talk some Sabres with him in a little over an hour. If you got a thought on New England or a word that describes your feeling on the season right now, give us a ring. And tweets as well are welcome at Sneaky Joe Sports as we roll along. Joe DiBiase, Joe Kelly, Owen Parker, Jeremy is off today. This is WGR. I'm going to start on the Patriots just for a moment because the Patriots, I think a lot of what's happening to the feeling around the Bills right now, which I think is probably about as negative as it ever has been at this point in a season, even though it's not that different of a season. So maybe it's just Bills fans getting a little tired of why every year does it seem so hard when you have this quarterback. Why? I saw a tweet last night about some of the Bills' passing stats and EPA and like, hey, things are actually fine. And they rank 6th and 7th in some of the major passing efficiency categories. And when I look at that, I say, if you are 7th in the league in passing and your quarterback is Josh Allen, not even in terms of volume, in terms of how good you are, how efficient you are. If you're 7th, that's embarrassing when you have a quarterback that is this good. You should be able to blindfold yourself and walk into 7th in the league in passing if that's your quarterback. So, there are things to look at with them that are not going so well, that also are not totally unique to this season. We have seen it in the past. The biggest difference, because I think if the Patriots didn't exist right now in their current form, the Bills would just be in first in the division with a pretty good record, and they have to fight and claw to get the 1 seed, which is every year, and they'd be looking at hosting a home playoff game, and this year might be different, that you might play the Chiefs if you were to host a home playoff game, and the time of that game might be a little different, but you just be back where you've always been. 11-win team, first in your division, hosting a playoff game, not the 1 seed, and things look really hard and don't look perfect. Being worn out from the fight to get the most out of Josh Allen. That has been an up and down fight over recent years. Last year, some might have thought, that was the way to do it, that they did it. He won the MVP. Some of the numbers, though, point to, like, even last year, he was relegated in some fashion to a game manager-esque quarterback, at least more of that than he ever had been before. And now I think folks are back to, all right, let's get back to him being Superman. I think there's always been this push and pull on how much you want him to do. And by accident, by trying to have him have to do less, I think the Bills have backed their way into having to have him do more. And the reason that that's happened is, like if he's Superman, you ever watch a Superman movie? Before Superman arrives, the police are always trying to get a handle on things, right? With some supervillain, they're trying to take down some supervillain on their own before Superman gets there. And then what happens? They can't, and Superman arrives, and then he saves the day. I feel like the Bills are constantly trying to save the day before Superman arrives. They feel like that's the way to do it. We can beat... I picked the worst superhero movie because who's going to be the number one villain here? It's early in the day. Give me a Superman villain.
Ooh.
It would be
Lex
Luthor, right?
Lex Luthor.
There you
There
go. That's like the guy.
There you go. Lex Luthor. How am I going to beat Lex Luthor? I don't need Superman. You can stay over there. Park yourself over there. We don't need you to do too much. We're good. We got this. That's how I feel like the Bills have approached offense, especially in the last couple of years. And again, think it has begun to backfire to where now Allen is having to do a lot more. Morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Calls in a second. Very quick soccer thing, though. Yesterday in Everton, Manchester United. So, and what happened? An Everton player got kicked out. He got a red card because he was fighting his own teammate on the field.
Yeah, Man U scored to make it 1-0 13 minutes into the game, and there was a commotion at the top of the box. I didn't see it in real time, but they showed the replay. An Everton defender walked up to one of his teammates and just slapped him in the face.
Okay, because he didn't do his job on the goal?
Like, soccer's always had that, a little more animated, like, you messed that up. What's wrong with you? There's always been a little
teammates
more of that.
calling out teammates?
Yeah. But this was this guy just walked up to his homie and slapped him across the face, and the ref walked over. Red card for hitting your own teammate.
Wow.
Everton plays with 10 men from the 13th minute.
Does that seem like the right call? I mean, I know he hit a guy, but it was his teammate.
I mean, if you hit the other guy, it's a red card, right?
That's sure, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I guess if you hit anybody, you hit anybody on the field.
Right. I mean, you did a violent, you hit somebody.
Interesting.
You're unstable. Get out of here. And then Everton, playing with 10 men, came back to beat Man U.
So they won anyway?
Yeah, that was sweet.
What would the call be in hockey if two teammates they just dropped the gloves? They would get 2 5s?
Would they get 2 5s? That's a good question.
Would they get 2-minute penalties? And the other team would go on like a 4-minute power play or a 5-on-3?
Or would the coach just
I feel like hockey would just call nothing.
I was just going to say, I think maybe that nothing
Hockey would blow the whistle and get these two idiots off the ice, no penalties.
Right. I'm
Coach,
almost
you deal with
certain
this.
that we got to call like Wes McCauley or something. Like, what would you do?
This is a very good question. Soccer, we know the answer. You get a red card.
Right, you're
apparently. I don't know what would happen in football or hockey. Quick phone call before the break. Let's go to Sean in Long Island. What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's up, Joe? Good morning.
Morning.
Just if you wouldn't mind, bear with me. 3 quick points I'm going to try to make here because I'm coming in hot.
Sure.
I take a look at this roster. There's just no dogs. There's no dogs on either side of the ball. You got maybe Dawkins and Allen, but Dawkins is losing the dog in him. Allen's obviously a dog. Cook is as well. I mean, 4 out of the 53 guys maybe on the active roster are dogs. It's tough to watch. They just uninspiring, unathletic, weak, soft, it seems, on the defensive side because McDermott, I think, has been equipped by being with subpar players for years now, and McDermott can't seem to be able to scheme a defense that can stop the run for some reason. So my question to you is, does McGrady and Carter maybe have a say with Pagula or have his ear, where maybe they can force a change in the offseason for some things to happen at the Bean level or at the McDermott level? That's my first. Second point is Allen. Why can't Allen, when he's under fire like this in a game such as Houston or Atlanta, tell Joe, I need protection. I'm not getting any – it's amazing. any other top-level quarterback has the sway and the ability to make these changes in real time. Instead, he kind of sits back there as if like, oh, I'm just a good soldier. I'm going with what coach has to say, and let the results be what they are. I don't understand why that's lacking. That should be coming out of Allen and his mouth as a leader in the team that something needed to change in real time. Why was that not happening?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Sean, it's like, I think, I don't want to just make the Diggs point every time, but every time this point is made, I'm thinking about, you didn't want this guy on your team. You didn't want a guy like this. You had a guy like this, and sure, that can be tougher to manage because they're a little more explosive, but if you value what that type of leadership brings you, then you will manage it when it is toughest. A couple weeks ago, I made the Draymond Green comparison. Draymond Green is a crazy person who, once in a while, goes way too far. He knocked out one of his teammates at practice. He got Kevin Durant to leave because he said things to him in the locker room that were like way over the line. But the Warriors stick by him because they think they need that fiery leadership from somebody. And Diggs would do that. Diggs was a good leader here. Listen to how Tyrell Shavers talks about Diggs and how he was super important to him developing as a player. Look at, the Hamlin game. Who was the guy that in the toughest moment was trying to get everybody ready and fired up because they thought they were going to have to go back out and play? You didn't want that guy. So is Allen like that? Is Dawkins like I don't know that there is someone like that. And asking about Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter being that from somewhere upstairs, even though I know that's a little bit of a different point you're making. I don't think that's the answer. What I get to on that, you want change, and I find that more and more Bills fans want change. I listened to Ariel Helwani yesterday, who does the biggest MMA show, and he's a huge Bills fan. He's always been a huge Bills fan. And someone asked him a Bills question yesterday, and he got to, and I've heard him before talk about the Bills. He's usually very measured, very keep going, everything's fine. First time I ever heard him say, I'm ready to do something big. I'm ready for coach or GM. I'm ready for something. And that is where more and more people are going. So if you want that, I don't think your answer is Tracy McGrady, personally. I think your answer has to be Josh. And to your question about him finding his voice, it's got to be Josh if you want that. Or it's got to be McDermott about the GM. Or it's got to come from someone else, I think. It's got to be from one of those two. If McDermott wants a big change or if Allen wants a big change. That's the only way that I could see it happening. And I have a pretty tough time seeing that, at least at this point. Good question. 803-0550 is the phone number. Thanks, Sean, for the call. Larry, Matthew, we got a couple more open phone lines as well. We'll get to your phone calls when we come back. You got an answer also on what would happen if two teammates just started fist fighting in football or hockey. I kind of can't believe that did happen yesterday. And Manchester United lost. Crazy. I can't talk. Liverpool's the worst team in the world right now. 803-0550 is the phone number. On your feeling on the Bills, New England, we're getting into a little bit here when we return here on WGR. I'm going to start on the Patriots just for a moment because the Patriots, I think a lot of what's happening to the feeling around the Bills right now, which I think is probably about as negative as it ever has been at this point in a season, even though it's not that different of a season. So maybe it's just Bills fans getting a little tired of why every year does it seem so hard when you have this quarterback. Why? I saw a tweet last night about some of the Bills' passing stats and EPA and like, hey, things are actually fine. And they rank 6th and 7th in some of the major passing efficiency categories. And when I look at that, I say, if you are 7th in the league in passing and your quarterback is Josh Allen, not even in terms of volume, in terms of how good you are, how efficient you are. If you're 7th, that's embarrassing when you have a quarterback that is this good. You should be able to blindfold yourself and walk into 7th in the league in passing if that's your quarterback. So, there are things to look at with them that are not going so well, that also are not totally unique to this season. We have seen it in the past. The biggest difference, because I think if the Patriots didn't exist right now in their current form, the Bills would just be in first in the division with a pretty good record, and they have to fight and claw to get the 1 seed, which is every year. And they'd be looking at hosting a home playoff game. And this year might be different than you might play the Chiefs if you were to host a home playoff game. And the time of that game might be a little different. But you just be back where you've always been. 11-win team, first in your division, hosting a playoff game, not the 1 seed. And things look really hard and don't look perfect.
I agree with you. I think that the Patriots are here to stay, and this is going to be a war between these two franchises for the next 5 to 8 to 10 years.
Like the rest of Allen, probably.
I think the rest of Allen, we're going to be dealing with Allen versus May for the division every year. And part of what I thought, I was just trying to think of bright sides here, was could it be beneficial for the Bills to have a year where you're not coasting into the playoffs and where you're pushing for something? The last few years, I mean, there was the one Miami year, but they really coughed that up. And I feel like it could be good for them to feel pressure, to feel we got to do something here. Whether that means this year or in the future, I think this is going to force the Bills' hand to, we can't rest on our laurels. This team's going to get better. We need to keep up.
Right.
Because they're better than us right now.
Yeah, the idea.
I think they're a better team right now.
Yeah, when he said that, I think they're pretty close. Honestly, I think they're pretty close. What are the Bills definitively better at than New England right now?
Quarterback.
They have a better line and they have a better run game.
Right.
That's definitely true. You still want to give Allen over May? Good with that.
Right.
But May's been awesome all year. What else?
Pass catching is better on New England. The
secondary is better in New England.
I think they are going to give the Bills fits, and I think it's going to force them to push, and that's going to be interesting to see what that means.
It's a good point. It is. It kind of goes.
The Bills back in action this Sunday, gearing up for the Steelers following the loss to the Texans last week. Some news from the transaction wire here. Offensive lineman Tylan Grable's 21-day practice window from injured reserve opened yesterday afternoon, but a plethora of other injuries following the contest last week. Per head coach Sean McDermott, Dalton Kincaid, Fedarian Mathis, and Curtis Samuel all improving injury-wise, but taking it, quote, one day at a time. Terrell Bernard is week to week. Maxwell Hairston is in concussion protocol. The team was gathering information on Spencer Brown's potential injury status as well. Josh Allen is sore but should be good to go against Pittsburgh, and McCole Hardman went on to injured reserve. We'll get an updated injury report later today. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Following their 4-1 win over Carolina, the Sabres back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Penguins. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. They have won 4 of their last 5 games and look to keep the hot streak going. Around the NFL, last night the 49ers topped the Panthers 20-9. In other news, the Packers listed Josh Jacobs with a knee injury as limited in Monday's estimated practice report. Commanders coach Dan Quinn said Terry McLaurin with a quad injury was practicing on Monday, and Buccaneers coach Todd Bowles said the plan is to ramp up Chris Godwin's usage. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I wanted to do things. I'm always wanting to do things to make this team better. And listen, there may be a player or two we added. Jordan Phillips played for us, made plays in the AFC Championship game for us last year. He was not on our roster at the trade deadline. Like, I ain't giving up, but I also believe in our roster too. And to Jay's question, I do believe we can win a championship with this roster.
On Wednesday, Brandon said he believed that the roster was of championship quality or championship caliber. After a performance like that, what is your confidence level that that is indeed the case?
I love these players. I love these players. I do. I love the guys in that locker room.
Very interesting to put those back to back. GM says championship caliber. Coach didn't quite want to say that about the roster. 803-0550 is the phone number. And how could you disagree with the coach on that? They could win it. It will be weird if they win it, because if they win it, no, it won't be weird. I mean, we'll be, partying. We won't remember our own names if they win it. But okay, maybe 5 years after they win it, we can look back and go, that roster. Allen deserves 10 statues if they win it with this roster, right?
100%. Like, if they find a way to do that with the state they're currently in, it's all him.
Yeah.
There's no question.
Because I can't really envision them winning it without him being Superman, putting on the cape, carrying it all. Like, I know they run the ball really well. And I actually think their defense isn't as big a problem as most. I think their defense is fine. It's not great. They're not great against the run. I think their defense is fine. You can win playoff games with that defense. But you got to have an offense. And you can't have the 12th best offense or the 11th best offense. You got to have like a top 5 offense if you want to run through the playoffs. And you might not think they have that right now. Could Allen get hot in the playoffs? Let's put it this way. Play the game this way. Because I like to do this with 4th downs. Imagine you are the opposing team on a 4th down, and it's 4th and 1 at the 1. You're on defense. What do you want the other team to do? You want them to kick it. That should tell you that it's a good idea to go for it. Let me put that in playoff context. You are a Broncos fan. You are a Colts fan. Right now, you know you're going to host a playoff game. Or at least you're pretty sure you're going to host a playoff game. Who do you not want to play? I bet you they're answering. I mean, they also might be answering the Chiefs, but the Chiefs aren't in a spot right now. They're probably saying they don't want to play the Bills. Not probably. They're definitely saying they don't want to play the Bills. They don't want any part of Josh Allen. There's no way they would rather play the Jags, right? So that should help you get to, okay, things aren't perfect, and they're losing a couple of games they shouldn't be losing, but that's why I wouldn't call it a championship roster. I also wouldn't say their window is closed, which is always the conversation. Because as long as he's under center, I don't think their window's closed. 803-0550. You'll go back to some phone calls. You got a word that describes your feeling on the team right now? Let us know what you think. Larry and Clarence is next up. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. I tell you, my word right now is I'm conflicted. I really, even just hearing that last audio clip that you did of Bean, I'm trying to do this. I'm always trying to add players. I just feel like it's we hear that same song and dance every year. We're going to hear it during the off season where we tried to trade for Myles Garrett. We're trying to pick up X receiver. We're trying to get this guy, which kind of made me the last couple of years I was always like, all right, it's McDermott. We've been outcoached in big games, whether you go back to the 13 seconds to this and that. And I still think he is a part of the blame and might be time for him to go. But these last two seasons, it's really made me think it's Bean's got to go too, with some misses on the draft. But not only that, just his reluctance to seem to pull the trigger. If the reports were true that, the only reason we missed out on Waddle was because they wanted a first-round pick this year instead of last year, that's horrible. The fact that, it's not like these injuries came after the trade deadline. We were banged up, especially on the defensive side, before the trade deadline. I think Hoyt went out right before the trade deadline, a game or two before. Not to say, again, just because you want trades, it means that there's trades out there, but it seemed like there were moves that you look like, all right, giving up a fourth-round pick for the receiver in New Orleans, giving up a first for whatever the Jets got. It seemed like that they could have been – there were trades to at least be made out there that could have helped the Bills. And I'm just kind of it just almost seems every year we hit that same repeat. And to blame both of them, every year when we're looking at coordinators, why does it seem we're getting coordinators with little to no experience? Bobby Babich, little to no experience on defensive coordinator side, but he was a guy that was in our locker room. We're going to promote him. Ken Dorsey, again, little to no experience, but he was a guy in our locker room. Same thing with Joe Brady. I know he called plays in college for, I think, one season.
Yep.
But with a team that's consistently as good as Buffalo, with a quarterback that is top of the league, you're telling me you couldn't go out there and find a defensive coordinator with a lot of experience, an offensive coordinator with a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge to come in and play with these guys and coach these guys, instead of guys having to rely with guys, they're learning on the job, they're going to make mistakes. I don't want guys that learn on the job. Maybe during the drought years, okay, but not now with a team that is a consistent Super Bowl contender. And last thing, real quick, I am partly worried that, we're going to get into the offseason and it's going to be another draft of, we got to fix the defensive line. We got to fix the defensive line. Let's draft another first round, second round, third round pick on defensive linemen. It feels like these guys have had 8 years of nothing but fixing the defensive line. And have we ever really had a dominant defensive line where teams come in and say, man, that's scary. You've had 8 years to build it, and I don't think we've ever really been all that stellar elite.
They've been the defensive line. Thanks, Larry, for the call. They've been good, but you're right. They have never been what you saw in Houston last Thursday. They've never been like that. Hell-raising all game long. Look at these guys, freak athletes on the no, they've never been that. They've tried, as you mentioned, but they have not. And listen, sure, Will Anderson was a top 5 pick, tough guy to get, but they're about to play a team in Pittsburgh who's been going through a decade with TJ Watt, who was like a 27th overall pick or something. And Houston didn't get Danielle Hunter by drafting him early in the draft. They traded for him. I do wonder, and I've wondered this a lot, about what their next big move is. I think it's back on the defensive line, which is going to be an eye roll for many. But I wondered a little bit if something or part of the reason they don't close on the Waddle trade when the only difference is which year the pick is in, because they don't, Bean maybe specifically, doesn't want to give up the first-round pick coming up in 26 in case Myles Garrett is available again. He has said, I think it was with the Bussin' with the Boys guys, who hosts that show? They did the interview, though, before the Taylor Lewan, before training camp. And they talked to Bean for like 40 minutes, and they asked him, like, if you could add one player in the league onto your team, who would you pick? And he couldn't say the name, but he said that guy in Cleveland. We know who he's talking about. I wonder, just a small part of me wonders. There's no reporting on this or anything. It's not anything I've heard. Just, is he so into the D-line and finally getting that right? And is he open, or is he thinking that Garrett could be available? Because if he is, that might stop you from going, yeah, you want this year's first-round pick for a receiver? I'm not willing to do that. And if you're wondering, like, can Garrett be traded? Yes, he can. They set up that contract so that he could be traded after a year. And I wonder if there was a verbal agreement between him and ownership in Cleveland. Hey, give us another year. Let's see if we can figure this thing out. If it doesn't work, then we'll be willing to trade you. So he's got a contract where the Browns only eat $15 million in dead cap next year if they were to trade him. Maybe, just a thought. Maybe Bean doesn't want to go all in on that receiver, Jalen Waddle, at the deadline because he thinks he's going to need his picks to go get the best pass rusher in the league, or at least try to. Just a thought. You're right, they have never been this elite defensive line. Bean is getting a lot more heat than ever. And I do think part of it has to do with him coming on our show after the draft. I think that's part of it. But I don't think that's all of it, or even the majority of it. I think it is just, look at the roster. Look at the roster. No elite players anywhere. Missed draft picks, guys, young players that aren't really contributing. They're few and far between. It's really just Cole Bishop right now when you look at the last couple of draft classes. Somebody that's making like a big, big difference. I think it's more about that. More about the roster than it is, him freaking out about the receiver conversation after the draft. Let's go to Curtis in Niagara Falls. What's up, Curtis?
Hey, good morning. How you doing today?
Good.
I was saying to the screener that, and I've been holding back. Like, I just haven't called to say it about it because I know you guys are getting beat with it. But like I said, I wanted to reference Craig Rivet because during the instigators, he'd be talking about the players. And yeah, this guy has jam to his game. And I've been saying it in my head. I said, ever since Dable left, the offense haven't had that jam. It just hasn't. And I don't know if the last two coordinators is slightly, to me, it appears that they're slightly intimidated by McDermott. It's like, we have to get in a set amount of runs. I don't want to mad because, the big friction between Dable and McDermott. And I think the last two see that, and it's like maybe into their head. I mean, of course, they implement their own personalities and their own concepts into the offense, but it's just we're missing something, and that's what I feel. We're missing something since Dable. And with you just talked about the trade with like the so-called rumors or word about the Waddle trade. Just do it, man. Because then a week later you go sign somebody off the couch. So just give us the first. Now he's done. I'm just I don't want to go off too much, but and every GM has misses. So like the big the cornerback that's in Dallas now that's messing up. But I don't know. That's what I want to say. But you guys talked about something earlier about I didn't mean to cut you off, but I remember back during the New York Sack Exchange days in the fourth quarter, Mark Gastineau and Joe Klecko started throwing hands at each other. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember what did they get a penalty or did they get?
I don't know if they got thrown out, if the coach just pulled them out, but
yeah.
it was like a little WWF, you know.
Yeah.
Two big guys were going at it.
All right, I'm gonna have to go back and look. Yeah, thanks for the call, Curtis. The coordinator point, that is only true though if it's definitely true that all McDermott wants to do is run the ball. And I'm not so convinced that that is as true as it's made out to be. That just wants this ground and pound offense. I think he knows. The offense that they built with him as the head coach in the first 5 years of Allen looking like an elite quarterback, they threw the ball more than anybody. And yes, they've pivoted, as a lot of the league has, and now they're running a lot more. And they've built an amazing run game. But I'm not so sure McDermott is happy with the way it is, like running the ball all the time and not really having the ability to throw the ball, especially down the field. I'm not so convinced of that. But we've had a couple of callers now today that have mentioned, hey, you've got these young coordinators learning on the job there. It's maybe they're unwilling to stand up to McDermott on something. Sure. That's more, it seems, what he has now because of the youth of Brady and of Babbage. I wonder if the next move is the other direction. That if Brady gets hired away this summer, or maybe the Bills just decide to move on themselves, that McDermott will aim for something either exactly the same as what he had before or something similar. Maybe he just hires Brian Daboll, and then that's obviously the total opposite of, guy that is unwilling to kind of do something that McDermott doesn't like, I guess would be the way of putting it. Or maybe he's looking to do something the way that he did when he hired Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll was the offensive coordinator of Alabama. He went and he found the best coordinator in college football, and he brought him to the NFL. What did the Ravens do when they were moving on from Greg Roman and they needed a veteran coordinator to kind of lead their offense? They didn't go get someone from the NFL world. They went and got, although he had been in the NFL world before, they went and got Georgia's offensive coordinator, Todd Monken. So, I don't know. If we get to the offseason and it becomes clear that Brady is probably done because he's either getting hired away or because they want to move on, I wonder if that's the list that we should be looking at. Guys from the college world. In addition to, I think, Brian Daboll, who will naturally come up. And he'll come up rest of the season as well. I don't know. We've had some McDermott here. We've had some Bean. It just comes back to the poll that we put up yesterday of who do you find yourself blaming? And that poll that I put up out of, it's not everybody, but it's, 5,500 votes. 60% said Bean, 23% Brady, and 12% McDermott. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Ian in New Jersey. What's up, Ian?
Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Good.
Two things. First is two words. Spoiled as fans. We've had the benefit of watching the Bills for the past 6 years be a very good team, and dumbfounded because we've done nothing as a team to improve. And to me, that's just a mistake. The definition of insanity is repeat the same thing over and over, and you don't improve. So it's frustrating more than anything.
Yeah. Why are fans are spoiled? Why? Because they might want to change here?
No, I think we felt that it was just going to be the same thing. We've had such a good team, for Buffalo not to be in the number one in the AFC East. People just expected it. We have Josh. We have all that sort of stuff. You look at the head coach, compare them to Vrabel. I would have loved to have gotten Vrabel last year, but we have McDermott. I don't see us making a change, but I don't also see us ever winning one. with McDermott as the head coach.
Yeah, thanks, Ian, for the call. I see. I mean, the Bills might have approached it this way. I wonder how much they saw New England coming. Because I know fans didn't fully. We talked about them a lot before the year. Like, this could be a good team, soft schedule. May is good. Vrabel is a real coach. Like, they were on the radar. But I wonder how surprised the Bills are that they've been caught. And what it feels like in that building to no longer, right, just be the assumed AFC East champion. Dominant run over the division in the last 5-6 years. And to have that feel like it's over doesn't mean they're not going to win it again. Like, they're definitely going to win it again. They might even win it this year. They probably won't, but they could. Allen is your quarterback. They're going to win the division again. What's over is the automatic, you got this. Tua, you've got a 2-game lead with Tua? Yeah, that's going away. Or Mac Jones and Belichick. That's adorable. Yeah, the Bills are taking that. This one feels a lot different. This feels like it's not just happening right now, but it's got staying power in this division. 803-0550. If you are on hold, stay there. We'll get to you. We've got Jason Zucker coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll talk some hockey in about a half hour, but more time for your phone calls when we return. Jeremy is off today. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I agree with you. I think that the Patriots are here to stay, and this is going to be a war between these two franchises for the next 5 to 8 to 10 years.
Like the rest of Allen, probably.
I think the rest of Allen, we're going to be dealing with Allen versus May for the division every year. And part of what I thought, I was just trying to think of bright sides here, was could it be beneficial for the Bills to have a year where you're not coasting into the playoffs and where you're pushing for something? The last few years, I mean, there was the one Miami year, but they really coughed that up. And I feel like it could be good for them to feel pressure, to feel we got to do something here. Whether that means this year or in the future, I think this is going to force the Bills' hand to, we can't rest on our laurels. This team's going to get better. We need to keep up.
Right.
Because they're better than us right now.
Yeah, the idea.
They're a better team right now.
Yeah, when he said that, I think they're pretty close. Honestly, I think they're pretty close. What are the Bills definitively better at than New England right now?
Quarterback.
They have a better line and they have a better run game.
Right.
That's definitely true. You still want to give Allen over May? Good with that.
Right.
But May's been awesome all year. What else?
Like, pass catching is better on New England. The
secondary is better in New England.
Yeah, I think they are going to give the Bills fits, and I think it's going to force them to push, and that's going to be interesting to see what that means.
It's a good point. It kind of goes with how the Bills constantly act like everything is fine all the time. Will be fine. There's no, there's no Diggs fire like there used to be.
Right.
At least not that we see. Maybe there is. Maybe there's someone in that locker room that, maybe Terrell Bernard is somebody to be like that. I'm not sure. But the attitude of will be fine starts to get tested when, you sure? Because these guys just took your title. Very quick soccer thing, though. Yesterday in Everton, Manchester United. So, and what happened? An Everton player got kicked out. He got a red card because he was fighting his own teammate on the field.
Yeah, Man U scored to make it 1-0 13 minutes into the game, and there was a commotion at the top of the box. I didn't see it in real time, but they showed the replay. An Everton defender walked up to one of his teammates and just slapped him in the face.
Okay, because he didn't do his job on the goal?
Soccer's always had that, a little more animated, you messed that. Sure. What's wrong with you? There's always been a little
teammates
more of that.
Calling out teammates?
Yeah. But this was this guy
slapped
just
him.
walked up to his homie and slapped him across the face, and the ref walked over. Red card. Red card for hitting your own teammate.
Wow.
Everton plays with 10 men from the 13th minute.
Does that seem like the right call? I mean, I know he hit a guy, but it was his teammate.
I mean, if you hit the other guy, it's a red card, right?
That's sure, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I guess it's if you hit anybody, you hit anybody on the field.
Right. I mean, you did a violent. You hit somebody.
Interesting.
You're unstable. Get out of here. And then Everton playing with 10 men came back to beat Man U.
So they won anyway?
Yeah, that was sweet.
What would the call be in hockey if two teammates just dropped the gloves?
Oh,
they would get 2 5s?
Would they get 2 5s? That's a good question.
Would they get 2-minute penalties? And the other team would go on like a 4-minute power play or a 5-on-3?
Or would the coach just
I feel like hockey would just call nothing.
I was just going to say, I think maybe that nothing
Hockey would blow the whistle and get these two idiots off the ice, no penalties.
Right. I'm
Coach,
almost
you deal with
certain
this.
that we got to call like Wes McCauley or something. Like, what would you do?
This is a very good question. Soccer, we know the answer. You get a red card.
Right, you're
apparently. I don't know what would happen in football or hockey.
The Bills gearing up for Pittsburgh on their mini-bye following the Texans' loss last week. Some news from the transaction wire. Offensive lineman Tylan Grable's 21-day practice window from injured reserve opened yesterday afternoon, but still a plethora of injuries following the contest last week. Per head coach Sean McDermott, Dalton Kincaid, Fedarian Mathis, and Curtis Samuel are all improving injury-wise. They're taking it, quote, one day at a time. Terrell Bernard is week to week. Maxwell Hairston in concussion protocol, and the team is gathering more information on Spencer Brown's potential injury status. Josh Allen is sore, but should be good to go against Pittsburgh, and McCole Hardman went on to injured reserve. We'll get an official injury report later today. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Following their 4-1 win over Carolina, the Sabres back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Penguins in Pittsburgh with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. They've won 4 of their last 5 games and look to keep the hot streak going. Around the NFL, last night, the 49ers topped the Panthers 20-9. And in other news, Bengals coach Zach Taylor expects Joe Burrow to play Thursday against the Ravens. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Let's face it, Sean McDermott is in trouble. He is. And if he's not, he should be. The defense, which he is known for, which is supposed to be his area of expertise, is not going in the right direction still. They still can't stop the run. They still can't stop anybody. They can't get off the field. He still has never proven that he can get this team over the hump or win big games in January when they're not supposed to, except that they are supposed to, right? See, in fact, it's the opposite. If anything, his track record in Buffalo suggests that they're never going to win a big game in January. His time leading the Bills makes you think they will always gag away a chance if given the chance. What are the reasons to keep going with this guy? I'm not trying to get him fired. I'm just asking, what is the reason to keep going with this guy? Why would he not be in serious trouble at the end of the season unless there's some kind of miraculous turnaround that nobody sees coming?
That is Jim Rome. The national media is going in on the Bills, and there is some McDermott banter, which I did enjoy 2 parts of that, which were the beginning, which was he's on the hot seat. Unless he's not, than he should be. And then also, I don't know, what was the middle part about how
it was
they don't win playoff games they're not supposed to, although they are supposed to.
Although it's the opposite. And then he goes on to say something else, too.
I guess the overall point there is, how is this guy not on the hot seat? Why would they continue? I guess is the question. Why would they continue with Sean McDermott? And listen, there are questions asked about those types of coaches all over the world. I cannot believe the Steelers keep going with Mike Tomlin. Not to compare McDermott to Tomlin, but it's dumbfounding to me. But they do it because of relationships and, things that we can't see. But, when you ask that question about McDermott, he usually has good defenses, especially given the talent level that he's been handed, I think, recently. He did oversee this quarterback and offense becoming the best in the league and being a team that threw the ball all the time. I've not liked necessarily the directions they've headed since Brian Daboll left. So, listen, if they were to move on at the end of the year, I don't think it would be that crazy. But I also have zero expectation that that's actually going to happen. So it almost kind of comes off as a waste of time for me. 803-0550 is the phone number. Justin and Gowanda is first up. What's up, Justin?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick point about I just think that this team now is kind of suffering from overanalyzation. I think that especially Bean is just kind of overanalyzing things so much to a point where they just don't get anything done. Like, just go out and sign the top names.
Yeah.
Just do it. Just do it,
What are you, when you're thinking of the overanalyzation, like what move strikes you as that type of move, though? Is that like the middle tier contracts they've been signing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just get an elite player on this team. Just stop overanalyzing everything year after year. And this is the result. This is what happens.
Yeah. There was, thanks, Justin, for the call. The elite player point is, to me, the point about them. The point. That they don't have a Robin for Batman. That's how I see them right now. There was a good Twitter feed yesterday. Steve Palazzolo, I think Jeremy was responding to it as well. Find the original tweet here. It was the Tyler Dunn article, the newest one at golongtd.com, where he really looked at the Rams and Les Snead, how he's built, what he's built there, McVay, and that team went so long without draft picks and without first-round picks specifically, and it didn't kill them because they targeted elite players, and those were the only guys they would go after. Von Miller at his best, and Beckham when he was still really good. And, they already had Aaron Donald. Stafford. Stafford's the other one, right? Like, Goff was pretty good. And they pivoted and said, the Rams really, their identity, I feel like, for a decade has been, pretty good. Nah, we only want to chase the studs, the best of the best. And they've really been successful at doing that. And they're not the pinnacle of success. They're not the Chiefs. They're not a dynasty. They've had a couple of bad years mixed in there, but they also have won. They've won the Super Bowl, and right now they look more likely to win this year than anybody else. And they have the thing that the Bills don't have, which is they have elite players, and they also have elite players on rookie contracts. That when it was time to pivot away from, we've been going after these veteran star players, let's pile up the picks. And they had, the 23 draft, 6, 9, 12. They had 14 draft picks in 2023. And they land on Puka in the 5th round. And then and Byron Young in the 3rd round, who's an awesome player. And then the next year, their only first-round pick in the last decade, 19th overall, not 3rd, where you'd have to get like a Will Anderson. 19th, they get another elite player in Jared Verse. They also get Cameron Kitchens in the 3rd round. Like, they just get these great players. And they've now done it in 2 different ways. And you could do it either way. The Bills haven't been able to draft it the same way the Rams have. The Bills don't have a Puka on a rookie contract or a Jared Verse on a rookie contract or a Byron Young on a rookie. They just don't have that. And they also haven't gone out and landed the stud veterans like the Rams used to. And I think the reason is, right, like they've signed all of these middle-tier contract guys that have made that a lot harder. They have no cap space. It's a lot harder to do all that when every player that you've drafted and developed that's only pretty good, you decide to pay. You can do that, but one consequence is definitely that you're not going to have as much flexibility. And the Rams have $90 million in cap space next year. Like, they won't use all that because on new guys because they're going to have to pay Puka. They're going to have to pay Verse, Young, maybe Kitchens and other guys. They've already paid Kyron Williams. But the Bills, it does kind of feel like they're stuck. I wonder how much room they could really open up after the year. Because if you do want them or feel like they need to get these star players somewhere, then they might have to draft it. Because I don't know what capabilities they really have to go get superstars. 803-0550 is the phone number. Bob in Amherst is next. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. Good morning. A couple of things. There is no way with a $2 billion stadium coming to us next year that Pagula does not keep on Bean and McDermott for that. I just don't see it. So while there's merit in thinking of coaching changes, you're not going to see it at the top. They'll noodle with coordinators. So you're going to have to put a pin on that for a couple of years. With regards to the talent, they're still a little slow. The defense is doing a decent job given all the injuries. The offense is just brutal to watch. But the bottom line is you take away some of those key turnovers and penalties, this team probably banks a couple of more wins, which leads me to the playoffs. I think the Bills' number one goal is to finish one spot ahead of the Chiefs because both teams could actually beat the top seeds, wind up in the championship game, and that game could be at Buffalo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks, Bob. It's possible. And at the moment, it's tough for me to see the Chiefs leapfrogging them. The Bills have a one-game lead and the tiebreaker for beating them head-to-head. So the Chiefs have to be 2 games better the rest of the way, and the Bills have an easier schedule. So I would be surprised if the Chiefs did manage to jump over the Bills. I mean, the Bills would have to go, what? Final 6 games? I feel like the Chiefs 4-2 was pretty likely for them. So if the Bills went 2-4, and I just don't see that being very likely. I'm not thinking the Bills are going to run the table, but I don't think 2-4 is happening. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there's going to be a change this offseason. I definitely don't think that with the coach. But I probably would say there's, likely nothing is on the way. In terms of a big change. Coordinator would be the biggest that I think is really realistic. Alan in a car is next. What's up, Alan?
Hey, Joe, I call you quite a bit. You guys know Sal Moriano, don't you, from the Rochester Demo? Yeah, he's probably one of the most negative Bills fans. However, he posted something yesterday, and he says, what's all the worry? In 2021, this team was 7-6. I had them missing the playoffs. 2023, too many men on the field. I had them missing the playoffs. He said they're in a better spot this year. Is it because Allen is taking too much heat and there's nothing around him and the offense is kind of stagnant but still the second, third best in the league? Anyway, that's my point on that. And you look, I did a search. DraftKings and FanDuel As the Bills stands right now, have a 91% chance to make the playoffs. If they go 3-3, they have a 96.6% chance to make the playoffs. There's, I think, only once since the new change that the team has missed going 10-7, and there's half the 9-8 teams. But anyway, beside that, and I just wanted to make a comment. I 7-4. How many teams? You look at Detroit. I know somebody in Detroit, and he says the fans are just going crazy there. They have a lot of injuries. The Bears Sunday, with 6 starters out on defense, beat the Steelers. So the injuries, I don't really put a lot of stock in them. If you want to win, you find a way to win. And with this game coming up, I didn't realize this. The Steelers have the 32nd ranked pass defense, and a lot of Steeler fans, if you go on their Twitter page, think it's the worst secondary in the history of their team. And so, Allen, I mean, I have a feeling the Bills are just going to explode in this game. I don't, TJ Watt, whatever. But I don't know. We come home against Burrow and Chase, but yeah, Flacco's put up 40 points and 400 yards 3 games.
Yeah, Alan, the one thing I would say is I don't really think that many, I don't know that we've even brought this up today. The idea that they would miss the playoffs, I don't really think that's on the radar. I think it is more about the difference from 2 years ago would be that the division's probably not happening this go round. Unless you disagree, that was a Miami team that I think a lot of people thought could be got, even though they had a lead. And the New England part of that doesn't really seem to be the same.
Yeah, and I know last year was a cakewalk, but I just wanted to say one last thing. You go on Twitter and all these other places, Facebook, you act like, fans act like here like the world's coming to an end and that they're going to miss the playoffs. The AFC is wide open. Denver's the only really team that I think could stymie us with their defense in the AFC. I'm not worried about New England. And look what Cincinnati did. They had the ball 6 times and couldn't get it in from the 2-yard line. And, so I'll just hang up and listen to you. I just think this team, I think people are overreacting. I'll just hang up and listen to you.
Thanks, Alan, for the call. I think it's about proper. The reaction is, I don't think it's an overreaction personally. I think it's pretty on point. Because I don't see a lot of, they're going to miss the playoffs. Because that would be collapse. That is 2-4 down the stretch, and you find a way to miss. That's fireball. But I don't hear a lot of that. I think it's pretty measured. I think even those that think this isn't, the standard is high. That's the thing here. The standard should be high. Their standard should be, especially for the way the AFC has looked this year, you should be dominating this conference. Chiefs are down. Baltimore has been down for most of the year. You should be dominating this conference. And the fact that they're not taking advantage of that, I think that is where the source of all of this really comes from. But it's because they have a high standard they've set for themselves. So I don't think it's overreaction. And at the same time, I think a lot of people would be willing to admit, they could go on a run. That Denver, Indy, New England, if that's their road, they could do that. I wouldn't just push, they're not pushovers. Maybe where you were getting a little bit with that. I don't think they're pushovers. They could lose to Denver. They could lose to Indy. They could lose to New England in the playoffs. But I do think it's possible that they could run through that slate and get to an AFC championship game and maybe play Kansas City. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, stay there. We got Jason Zucker coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll talk some hockey. Howard picks the Bills in less than an hour as well. Stay tuned. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. This is WGR. I'm going to start on the Patriots just for a moment because the Patriots, I think a lot of what's happening to the feeling around the Bills right now, which I think is probably about as negative as it ever has been at this point in a season, even though it's not that different of a season. So maybe it's just Bills fans getting a little tired of why every year does it seem so hard when you have this quarterback. Why? I saw a tweet last night about some of the Bills' passing stats and EPA and hey, things are actually fine. And they rank 6th and 7th in some of the major passing efficiency categories. And when I look at that, I say, if you are 7th in the league in passing and your quarterback is Josh Allen, not even in terms of volume, in terms of how good you are, how efficient you are. If you're 7th, that's embarrassing when you have a quarterback that is this good. You should be able to blindfold yourself and walk into 7th in the league in passing if that's your quarterback. So, there are things to look at with them that are not going so well, that also are not totally unique to this season. We have seen it in the past. The biggest difference, because I think if the Patriots didn't exist right now in their current form, the Bills would just be in first in the division with a pretty good record, and they have to fight and claw to get the 1 seed, which is every year, and they'd be looking at hosting a home playoff game, and this year might be different, that you might play the Chiefs if you were to host a home playoff game, and the time of that game might be a little different, but you just be back where you've always been. 11-win team, first in your division, hosting a playoff game, not the 1 seed, and things look really hard and don't look perfect. Being worn out from the fight to get the most out of Josh Allen. That has been an up and down fight over recent years. Last year, some might have thought, that was the way to do it, that they did it. He won the MVP. Some of the numbers, though, point to, even last year, he was relegated in some fashion to a game manager-esque quarterback, at least more of that than he ever had been before. And now I think folks are back to, all right, let's get back to him being Superman. I think there's always been this push and pull on how much you want him to do. And by accident, by trying to have him have to do less, I think the Bills have backed their way into having to have him do more. And the reason that that's happened is, if he's Superman, you ever watch a Superman movie? Before Superman arrives, the police are always trying to get a handle on things, right? With some supervillain, they're trying to take down some supervillain on their own before Superman gets there. And then what happens? They can't, and Superman arrives, and then he saves the day. I feel like the Bills are constantly trying to save the day before Superman arrives. They feel like that's the way to do it. We can beat... I picked the worst superhero movie because who's going to be the number one villain here? It's early in the day. Give me a Superman villain.
Ooh.
It would be
Lex
Luthor, right?
Lex Luthor. There you go.
That's like the guy.
There you go. Lex Luthor. How am I going to beat Lex Luthor? I don't need Superman. You need to stay over there. Park yourself over there. We don't need you to do too much. We're good. We got this. That's how I feel like the Bills have approached offense, especially in the last couple of years. Happy Tuesday. Happy Thanksgiving. Get some stuffing and turkey. And are we going to do Thanksgiving Survivor tomorrow? We got to do something. Power ranking, Mount Rushmore. We'll figure it out. We got to do something, though, related to Thanksgiving tomorrow. And I'll break back out my my hot take on turkey, which comes out every year, which is, I don't really need it. A little bit on the plate just to make sure that I had it.
I got myself in some trouble yesterday. I said I prefer rotisserie chicken over turkey.
Ooh.
That
on Thanksgiving?
Nah, just in general. I take the gratuitous slice of turkey at Thanksgiving.
That's not a hot take. That is correct. That is a correct take.
It was spun into a hot take yesterday.
Rotisserie chicken over turkey, I think, is correct, but not on Thanksgiving.
My take yesterday, we talked a little bit about this on Extra Point Show, was I think turkey gets dinged too much for being difficult to cook, and that should not bring its status down, because when it's good, it is awesome.
Right.
But
And so-
how often is it good?
But that
It's one
I
in a
don't
million,
care.
pretty much.
I do not
Just
care
saying.
how often you mess it up. I care about how it is when I eat it, and when I eat it rules.
But if it's easy to mess up, then that's on you. That's on that's on the turkey.
That's a skill issue. Figure it out. It is doable.
I don't know.
High carb load on Thanksgiving. Very little protein enters the system on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
It's not my favorite. I just feel the turkey gets an disproportionate amount of hate because people can't cook it. That's your problem.
It's got to be smoked, by the way. It's got to be smoked.
Smoked.
I've had smoked turkey a couple of times now, and that is I always find is better. Also, you just trust someone who's smoking a turkey.
I did the one phenomenal turkey I've had. Others have been good, like just fine. Garbage, the fried one in like the garbage can. You ever tried that?
The garbage can,
like the old tin.
I know what you mean.
The old
Yes,
tin
yeah.
garbage can, not like the plastic tubs
Yes.
you roll out to your street now.
That's also what I thought of though when he said that.
Yeah,
yes.
Yes, but
Yes,
like
though.
you
Yeah.
actually fry it in there. It's pretty juicy. Like that was good.
I'll tell you, my mom rocks at cooking. So on Thanksgiving, she just roasts a turkey because she knows how to do that, and it's the best.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. I don't know. I think it's unfair that
All
people can't cook turkey and therefore.
Well,
bash it.
I will be sure. I will bat if it's bad at any, and it usually isn't at the places I go. But if it's not cooked properly, if it's dry is always the problem, right? It's always a little bit dry. If it's that's
if
the,
I'm
that's the thing
chewing
to
it like
avoid.
a stick of gum, we have a problem.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll just pour a lot of gravy over it. Very quickly before the break, Gina in Delaware. What's up, Gina?
Good morning. I'm so lame. I'm a stovetop chick, and I don't cook. I do the dishes. So you can't talk to me about cooking because I fail in that area. Anyway, happy Thanksgiving week. Thankful for being on the show. You asked for one word of how you are. It's annoyed with exclamation points forever, ever. I say that we had our Robin, and now he's Drake May's Robin. Okay, so what? He was a diva. So what? He was explosive. He was passionate. His mind is in the right mindset. I want to win. And there's nothing wrong with passion and explosiveness when it's put in the right area. And that's what we need on the sidelines. We need that explosiveness. Light the fire and let's go. I guess I'm an OG, an old girl, and I'm used to winning. I went through those 4 Super Bowls and the drought, and then that 13 seconds right now feels so far away because in my lifetime, I think that's the closest I'm ever going to get. So yeah, we're going to make it to the playoffs. Of course we are. But that is not my goal. That is not what Gina wants. I want a Super Bowl in my lifetime. So come on, Brandon Bean and McDermott and Pagula. Get on it and do something about it. I don't want you talking about defense on the off season. I want a Diggs back. Give me my Robin, and let's go. Go Buffalo. Go Bills. Happy Thanksgiving, and I love y'all.
Thanks, Gina. Happy Thanksgiving. All right, and with that, we go to the break, and then Jason Zucker. We will come back to this conversation, though, when Howard picks the Bills in about a half hour. I'm imagining Howard will pick them to make the playoffs. Can't tell you for sure. I'm not sure. But I'm guessing he'll pick them to make the playoffs. Jason Zucker, talk some Sabres when we come back with the Sabres forward. They're off today. They're back in action tomorrow against Pittsburgh. Jody Biasi here on WGR. I'm going to start on the Patriots just for a moment because the Patriots, I think a lot of what's happening to the feeling around the Bills right now, which I think is probably about as negative as it ever has been at this point in a season, even though it's not that different of a season. So maybe it's just Bills fans getting a little tired of why every year does it seem so hard when you have this quarterback. Why? I saw a tweet last night about some of the Bills' passing stats and EPA and hey, things are actually fine. and they rank 6th and 7th in some of the major passing efficiency categories. And when I look at that, I say, if you are 7th in the league in passing and your quarterback is Josh Allen, not even in terms of volume, in terms of how good you are, how efficient you are. If you're 7th, that's embarrassing when you have a quarterback that is this good. You should be able to blindfold yourself and walk into 7th in the league in passing if that's your quarterback. So, there are things to look at with them that are not going so well, that also are not totally unique to this season. We have seen it in the past. The biggest difference, because I think if the Patriots didn't exist right now in their current form, the Bills would just be in first in the division with a pretty good record, and they have to fight and claw to get the 1 seed, which is every year. And they'd be looking at hosting a home playoff game. And this year might be different, that you might play the Chiefs if you were to host a home playoff game. And the time of that game might be a little different. But you just be back where you've always been. 11-win team, first in your division, hosting a playoff game, not the 1 seed. And things look really hard and don't look perfect.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Steelers on a mini bye week following the Texans loss last week. Some news from the transaction wire yesterday. Offensive lineman Tylen Grable, his 21-day practice window from injured reserve reopened. But a plethora of injuries following the contest last week. Per head coach Sean McDermott, Dalton Kincaid, Fedarian Mathis, and Curtis Samuel are all improving injury-wise. They're taking it, quote, one day at a time. Terrell Bernard is week to week. Maxwell Hairston in concussion protocol. And the team was gathering information on Spencer Brown's potential injury status as well. Josh Allen is sore, but should be good to go against Pittsburgh. And Mecole Hardman went on to the injured reserve. We'll get you an updated injury report later today, but that's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Following their 4-1 win over Carolina, the Sabres are back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Penguins with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. They've won 4 of their last 5 games and look to keep the hot streak going. Around the NFL, last night the 49ers topped the Panthers 20-9. In other news, Packers listed Josh Jacobs with a knee injury as limited in Monday's estimated practice report. The Commanders coach Dan Quinn said Terry McLaurin with a quad injury was practicing on Monday. Buccaneers coach Todd Bowles said the plan is to ramp up Chris Godwin's usage, and Bengals head coach Zach Taylor expects Joe Burrow to play Thursday against the Ravens. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brinzel from behind the net starts the Hawks on their way, and then the Sabres with a steal. Here's Quinn. He's got some jump here. Drops it back, scores! What a play! And welcome back, Jason Zucker. 2-0 Buffalo.
Expecting Sabres forward Jason Zucker today. In the next couple of minutes, we will go to him when he calls. The Sabres are in Pittsburgh tomorrow, and they are on a hot streak here. 4 out of 5 as of late, and they have been playing a lot better in those games. They've played some good teams in those games as well. So things are beginning to look up, at least again in the last week or two. Things are looking up. Jason Zucker's appearance here on WGR, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Jason now joining us on the Wester hotline. Good morning, Jason. The team is looking better as of late. I want to start, though, with the Beck Malenstein goal from over the weekend, and if that is the best bench reaction ever when you get a player that scores a goal like that maybe doesn't always score goals.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me. I mean, it was pretty incredible. It was a fun. Obviously, it was a big goal at the time too. Kind of that part of the game, and Mal's a guy that plays extremely hard for us, plays a great game, and is a huge piece of our team. So to see a guy that, like you said, doesn't typically score, highlight reel goals, it was pretty fun to watch. SportsCenter
top 10 also the next day. I wondered if he knew. Yeah, I wondered if he knew that it was Aho, a forward, coming at him, or if the game is generally happening too quick. Like from your vantage point, if you were in that situation, if you would know quick enough if it was a forward and not a defenseman.
Most of the time, I'd say not. There are times that we do get to recognize it. Usually, when a D-man pinches down the wall, puck gets, kind of gets by him, and the centerman picks up the puck. A lot of the time, he'll see the forward back, and then you can definitely try to take him on from that way. I think unless Mal saw that Aho was with him all the way from our defensive zone, that's possible. But a lot of the time it happens so fast it's hard to recognize it.
Jason Zucker with us on the Wester hotline. Sabres have won 4 of 5. You've been in the lineup for the last 2 games. If you would bring us through even any bit of the viral illness that you dealt with, Jason, when we had Lindy on and he was talking about how you couldn't even really eat solid foods. It feels like it was a lot to maybe come back from. And, I mean, really, you got back in the lineup pretty quickly, it felt like, after you began practicing. So I don't know, like in your career, how tough is that to deal with versus maybe just a normal injury that you've had?
Yeah, I think the tough part about it is how, really what it does to your body. I lost a ton of weight As anyone knows, when you're going through any type of illness, it's not fun. You're not enjoying any bit of it. I was, basically on the couch or in bed for 10 straight days. And, my fiance was here taking care of me and getting me anything that I could eat. I was basically trying to eat, Pedialyte popsicles and trying to get something down. That was essentially what I was doing. So it wasn't ideal, that's for sure. But, the good part is once I got back, the first day felt, the first 2 days, I'd say I felt absolutely terrible. They ended up giving me a day off and coming back after that day off, I felt, a lot better. Was still able to, at least able to finish my skate and feel pretty good after. So luckily it wasn't too long of a runway after, but, again, it's just tough with how much it kills your body. You're out of shape. You feel weak, everything is a little bit tougher, but, luckily was able to kind of come out on the other side of it.
Yeah. Would you still say you're dealing with it a little bit on the day-to-day?
No. Okay. I think I'm back to 100% now. Luckily, my weight's still not all the way up, but I don't feel any ill effects of that. Luckily.
So maybe Thanksgiving coming at the perfect time then to get that all the way back.
Yeah, exactly. That might be the best play.
Yeah. So the group while you were out, watching them, I'm sure while you were out, and then the teams play in the last 5. Are you noticing a big difference between that stretch where there were a lot of losses in there, and part of it was the lineup, right? Dahlin was away for perfectly understandable reasons. You were away. Kulik has still been out. Some of it could be health, but are you noticing a big difference between these last 5 versus the previous 5?
Yeah, I mean, health is obviously a huge part of it. And, every team goes through these injury bugs every year. It's just a matter of when you do. And ours, for whatever reason, decided to do it in the first 20 games. So it's kind of put us in a tougher spot, but there's no excuses, right? You build an organization, you build a prospect pool to make it to where you can withstand these injury bugs and hopefully come out in a decent spot to where when you're healthy, you can kind of go on some runs and really play well. So I think we're in a good spot. One thing I'll say is I think that Detroit game, from watching that and kind of the attitude coming out of that game felt very different. Felt like the guys, that was almost a rally point, I feel, of being down 4-1 against a really tough team and being able to come back and win that game was massive. Then obviously, you can try to build off those things and really try to build your game. And I think that's what we're trying to do.
How much of the two is just Dahlin being back? Like whether that's the psyche of the team, his play on the ice, obviously, but for him to be dealing with what he's dealing with in his personal life and to still be there for the group, does that seem like that's energized the team too?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's our captain for a reason, and obviously he's an unbelievable player. But the one thing that we all forget sometimes is that hockey is just a game, and life is a hell of a lot more important. And so for us, it was great to be able to support him and make sure that he got what he needed in his personal life. And truthfully, I don't care if he was out for 2 months or for 6 months. I would have been extremely happy for him and just checking in on him, making sure everything was fine, and because that's the most important thing. So, but as for having him with us, obviously it's just a massive piece. He's a generational talent. The way he plays the game with such ease and everything he does out there is incredible to watch. So it is nice to have him out there. It's a treat to be playing on the ice with him. Some of the plays that he makes are incredible. So it's definitely fun to be a part of.
Jason Zucker with us on the West Her Hotline. The Sabres have won 4 of 5. The weird thing about this year, Jason, like standings-wise, just maybe around the league, it's very compact where you guys had your struggles and yet still like one stretch in you're not only shouting distance from playoff spot, it's early, but even the division because no one's really run away with it there. So I don't know if that's just coincidence, but looking at what you guys have done, feels like a lot of the success at home has helped, and I wonder if that is just feeding off the fans or what it is, but it feels like you guys have definitely played your best hockey when you're at home.
I think so. I think the fans have been great this year. To me, feels like a great bump from last year. They feel excited. They feel like they're really involved in everything and are, have been loud. It's been full buildings. It's been really fun to be a part of. So I think the fans are a huge part of that. So hopefully we can continue that home success. We definitely need to figure out our road game a little bit and start changing our record on the road and start being at 500 and hopefully a little bit above 500 on the road. And we're going to put ourselves in a great place if we do that. So, again, to answer your question fully, I think it's been that's been a huge piece. And KeyBank's been a really hard place for teams to come in and play this year.
8 of the next 10 are on the road. Is there anything that comes to mind as to why you think you haven't had road success this year and what maybe needs to be different? Especially, again, 8 of the next 10 could be a pretty big test for that.
I think similar to us when we're at home, right, you get some momentum boost from the fans. You score a goal, the building's loud for a little while. You feel like you're on your heels. It feels like it's just a little bit heavier in there. There's just so many different factors of it. The travel aspect, whether you have back-to-backs, you're flying a couple of hours, you got time changes, you're getting into hotels late. There's so many factors to why the road can be tough. And, every team goes through it. But that's typically why everyone's road record's not as good as their home record, throughout a season. But with that, I think we just need to change our mentality to the game. I think we need to keep it a little bit more simple, especially early in games. I think we've had a lot of games on the road that we've started down, 1 or 2 early in the game. And I think that's really hard to come back from when you're on the road, especially when the fans are into it and you're trying to catch some momentum, but it's hard to do. So I think we need to be a little bit better to start games. I think that'll, kind of transition into being, a better road team overall.
Jason Zucker with us for another minute or two. The line you've been playing with on the last couple of games here, at least with McLeod and with Quinn, you guys felt like every time you were on the ice on Sunday, you guys had the puck and were buzzing around. What do you like about those two? And especially for Quinn, he's a young player who's gone through some struggles. And I don't know, like this year he seems to be moving quicker. I don't know if that's something he changed, but what do you like about playing with both of them and then how Quinn's game has kind of developed here?
Yeah, Clowder and I played together quite a bit last year. I think, we built some chemistry. I love his game. His speed is second to none. I mean, it's incredible to watch how easily he just skates up the ice. He sees the ice really well. I think his game has grown significantly from game 1 last year until now. It's been really fun to watch, and I think he's going to be a big part of this organization for a long time. And with Quinn, everybody goes through struggles in this league, especially early. We can talk about this happening across the league with every team, with every prospect. There's very few that come in and just are the Sidney Crosbys of the world. And so it's tough to adapt to the league. And I think when he, had a great summer of training, I think he had the right mentality coming in that he was just going to try to play his game. And he's found some success. And I've played with him a lot of this year. And it's fun talking to him on the bench and kind of getting his aspect of just what he sees on the ice and the way that he plays. And he gets to open areas really well. He's making some great passes. The one he gave me a couple of games ago was incredible. And, he's just playing a really, really well-rounded game. And I think he looks faster. I think he's more confident with the puck. I think he's stronger on the puck. He's not getting knocked off pucks in battles. And I think overall, when you make little plays, you're going to gain more confidence. And I think his confidence is rising, and it's, again, been fun to watch, been fun to play with him.
Yeah, the drop pass in Chicago was definitely very nice. You mentioned Crosby. It's Pittsburgh tomorrow. You played with him for a few years. Are you in awe, or are you not surprised at all that he is still basically playing at the same level at this age that he always has been?
I'm not surprised at all. And everyone still is in awe of that. To give you an idea, I think playing with him was special. He's just an incredible person. Incredible player, but being able to do what he's done at that level for as long as he has is absolutely incredible. So it's fun to watch. I'm going to try to two-hand him a couple times tomorrow, see if I can get him off his game a little bit. But overall, it's hard to argue with anything that the guy's done in his career.
Well, good luck tomorrow night. Thanks as always, Jason, for joining us, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Jason Zucker on the Western Hotline. Sabres and Penguins tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. They have a bunch of road games coming up. You know, and we're talking about that a little bit before the break. Like, man, they got to figure out the road now because this stretch, to give you a perspective, between today, November 25th, and December 17th, it's 2 home games. So where the standings currently reside, where they are, like they're in it. They're in the mix. They're 4 back of a playoff spot. And if you want to play the games in hand game this early, they do have 2 in hand. And you're 6 back of first in the division. Like, everybody is right together in the NHL standings so far this year, which should be exhibit number 1, why they do not continue with this point system, but they probably will.
Yeah.
But road games, if they don't figure it out now, season will be over by the time we get to Christmas.
I mean, we talked about a similar thing when they headed out on that road trip that started with with Colorado and Utah, where they needed to survive that road trip, and I think they're in the same spot here, where it's you go out and you have a tough road trip and your season might be gone. But if you can tread water, you know those games are coming back to you at some point, because this Olympic schedule is so condensed that every team in the league is getting hammered by this schedule right now. You look around the league, all the injuries, everything that's happening. It's happening to every team. So, like, this is just the way it is when you're in an Olympic year. And if they can survive those tough stretches and limit losing streaks, pick up a few points where they can, then you can really, make hay at home and see if you can stay afloat in what we're talking about here is like a really tightly packed division. I mean, Toronto's on the bottom here, and I thought they were going to take a step back. I didn't think they were going to be last in the division.
Me too.
And so I think that just goes to show how tight everything is between all these Atlantic teams.
I also think the division is just bad.
Yeah.
Like in comparison to past seasons. Again, there's 2 out of the 8 teams that have a positive goal differential. I mean, you look at this division in the last decade plus, since it was created, when they changed all the formats, you've almost never been able to have a year in the Atlantic where you have a stretch like the Sabres actually had before these last 5 games, where they lost, what was it? It was 8 of 9.
Right.
This division has never allowed you to lose 8 of 9 in a year and get away with it.
Exactly.
Never. But because you've always had 3 teams that are up 100-plus points, and sometimes teams that up like to 115, 120. You've never been able to stay alive with a stretch like that. But this year, Florida's down with you, Toronto's down with you, Boston predictably falling back after a hot streak, and that will probably continue. And then it's Detroit, Ottawa, which are teams that have had more success this year than the Sabres have. But we're not talking prime Bruins, prime, Lightning, although Tampa's won 4 in a row. We're not talking healthy Florida. Like, these teams are okay, but making up, I guess what I mean to say is, making up 4 on Ottawa or 5 on Detroit is not the same as in past years where you've been like 6 or 8 points back of Florida, Tampa, Toronto.
It's a very, very different season, and it's provided them more runway. And in past years, it's likely that this start would have really put them in a hole that they aren't getting out of. But right now, looking at the standings, they're 6 points out of first in the division.
I wonder if they've ever been this close to first in the division on November 25th.
At this time in the year?
I want to bet maybe they haven't.
Yeah.
And again, that speaks more to the division than what they've done. They're playing 500 hockey.
10 win streak year. Were they already falling this hard from that?
Not yet. No, this is probably around. We were probably in the win streak.
Right.
I think we were probably in the win streak.
Yeah, this is like before San Jose, Jeff Skinner.
Sure,
right?
I think. Yeah.
But it is a really interesting year. I think the schedule with the Olympic, games really kind of condensing
that
everything.
Is a good point. Yeah.
Makes everything a lot different. And you've just got a very different looking division. The Canadians are good, but they're young and they're interesting. Like,
But they've been up and down lately.
Yeah,
they've
they're
only won
struggling now.
3 of 10, I think.
Yeah, they've really taken a fall. Their goaltending has been a disaster up there after Dobesh had a hard start. But
Yeah.
they might be looking at somebody to add in the crease, but it's really none of these top teams that we are used to talking about as you're not beating them, you're not catching them, are not those teams anymore.
You know, the way the Sabres also are getting healthier. Benson's back.
Right.
Norris might be back this week. That's obviously a plus. Because we really haven't seen a full lineup together yet. And we might be on the verge of seeing that other than Kesselring, who's still out. Now we've arrived, though, speaking of goaltending, little mini as a goalie segment here.
Yeah.
Lyon is just not in the rotation. He has played in the last 7 games. I think it's 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And he got pulled. So he did get a chance and got pulled. But it's just Luukkonen and Ellis right now. And the way Luukkonen played on Sunday, I would probably think he's playing tomorrow.
I think that they have reached the win and you're in stage of the rotation. I think that's what you saw with Ellis going in for those, I think it was 3 in a row.
Yep.
And now Luukkonen's played back-to-back. I would bet my house that he plays on Wednesday night against Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And if he wins, I bet he plays again. I think they have reached the point of the year where it's, if you win the game, we're good. Because none of you guys are going out here and taking a stranglehold on the crease.
Yep.
Ellis had a little run there. He looked good. And then one bad game. All right, Luukkonen, your turn. Lyon had a bit of a stumble from his really good start.
Yeah, he hasn't won a game in over a month.
Yeah, he has not. He's not been bad, but there have been a lot less sort of. The way he was playing to start the year was not sustainable.
Yeah, you haven't had a great start since, again, like, his last win was October 24th against Toronto.
Right.
And even that game, he gave up 3. I don't remember if it was good, but, their rotation right now seems to be, you're going to get a chance. If you do well, you get the next game. You do well, you get the next game.
Right.
So
And
maybe he's next. Maybe after the next bad UPL game, then we're at line.
Oh, yeah, it got to be. You can't. If they go back to Ellis after UPL here, I would think something's going on at that point. I would have to.
That would be very strange.
Be led to believe that. Because I think Lyons played well enough that he shouldn't be, extradited from the crease here.
Mm-hmm.
But he also, it's just not his turn right now. Luukkonen's won. He didn't look great against the Hawks, but he did what he had to do and won. And then he had an awesome game against the Hurricanes. And let him keep going. Just ride the hot hand. I'm interested to see how it goes. That's a hard way to play as a goaltender. That is a lot of pressure. Because even if I play well, if I don't get my result, I'm probably out, and I'm not getting back in for maybe a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And for a guy trying to make an Olympic roster in UPL, or a guy trying to define his NHL career in Ellis, or a guy trying to start one start one in Ellis and define one in Lyon. Like, all those guys have a lot at stake here. And then you add on top of that, you win, you get to play. You don't, you're out. There's a lot of mental pressure there.
803-0550, the phone number. Sabres and Penguins tomorrow night. Thanks to Jason Zucker for joining us. Good visit with him. That was brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth the Firth. Howard picks the Bills. We'll get back to football. What's Howard got in store? I said I'm assuming he's got them making the playoffs. I hope I am correct in that. We'll find out when we come back here on WGR. Very quick soccer thing, though. Yesterday in Everton, Manchester United. So, Owen, what happened? An Everton player got kicked out. He got a red card because he was fighting his own teammate on the field.
Yeah, Man U scored to make it 1-0 13 minutes into the game, and there was a commotion at the top of the box. I didn't see it in real time, but they showed the replay. An Everton defender walked up to one of his teammates and just slapped him in the face.
Okay, because he didn't do his job on the goal.
Like, soccer's always had that a little more animated. Like you messed that.
Sure.
What's wrong with you? There's always been a little
teammates
more of that.
calling out teammates.
Yeah. But this was this guy just walked up to his homie and slapped him across the face, and the ref walked over. Red card for hitting your own teammate.
Wow.
Everton plays with 10 men from the 13th minute.
Does that seem like the right call? I mean, I know he hit a guy, but it was his teammate.
I mean, if you hit the other guy, it's a red card, right?
That's sure, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I guess it's if you hit anybody, you hit anybody on the field.
Right. I mean, you did a violent, you hit somebody.
Interesting.
You're unstable. Get out of here. And then Everton, playing with 10 men, came back to beat Man U.
So they won anyway?
Yeah, that was sweet.
What would the call be in hockey if two teammates they just dropped the gloves?
Oh,
they would get 2 5s?
Would they get 2 5s? That's a good question.
Would they get 2-minute penalties? And the other team would go on like a 4-minute power play or a 5-on-3?
Or would the coach just
I feel like hockey would just call nothing.
I was just going to say, I think maybe that nothing
Hockey would blow the whistle and get these two idiots off the ice, no penalties.
Right. I'm
Coach,
almost
you deal with this.
That we got to call like Wes McCauley or something. Like, what would you do?
This is a very good question. Soccer, we know the answer. You get a red card.
Right, you're
apparently.
out.
I don't know what would happen in football or hockey.
The Bills gearing up for the Steelers on their mini-bye following the Texans' loss last week. Some news from the transaction wire. Offensive lineman Tylen Grable's 21-day practice window from injured reserve opened yesterday afternoon, but a plethora of injuries following the contest last week. Per head coach Sean McDermott, Dalton Kincaid, Fedarian Mathis, and Curtis Samuel, all improving injury-wise. They're taking it, quote, one day at a time. Terrell Bernard is week-to-week, Maxwell Hairston in concussion protocol. The team was gathering information on Spencer Brown's potential injury status as well. Josh Allen is sore, but should be good to go against Pittsburgh. And McCole Hardman went on to the injured reserve. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Following their 4-1 win over Carolina, the Sabres back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Penguins with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. They've won 4 of their last 5 games and look to keep the hot streak going. And around the NFL, Bengals head coach Zach Taylor expects Joe Burrow to play Thursday against the Ravens. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I think that they're more likely than not to make the playoffs, but it's far from a given, with the way they played this year. I think that would be the concern at this point. They just got to make sure they get in the tournament. And I think where those games are and who they're playing should really be the least of their concerns right now. They need to get those other guys healthy, and they need to make sure they get in the tournament and that they're playing their best ball when they get there.
That is Ross Tucker. I'm with Bulldog yesterday. You can find that on demand at WGR550.com. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today, but we got Howard here. He's going to pick the Bills.
Well, that's a consolation prize if there ever was one.
That's a great prize. You're going to come pick them to win the Super Bowl, of course, right?
Yeah,
bring everybody's spirits up. Everyone's spirits up.
See where that page is in here.
Yeah. Is it wild, though? Do you ever, look back and think, it is funny how spirits up. They are 7-4.
Yeah.
There was a long period of time where that would have been excellent, but
things have changed.
They've set a standard.
Yes,
I don't think it's ever when we got a call earlier about all this overreaction. Fans are so spoiled. They did this. They set the standard this high. You can't live on the drought standard for your entire existence.
No, they're not meeting the standard of what the standard is supposed to be for Buffalo Bills football. Now they're not meeting the standard, and that's the end of the story right there. It's not a matter. You just can't live in. I get it. You can't live in the, hey, guys, we used to be bad, just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they miss the playoffs, but they're really close and they lose out in a tiebreaker and miss the playoffs, are we okay with that? They're supposed to be contending for a Super Bowl. Joe, it's not a Super Bowl roster, clearly. I mean, the X factor is, as long as you have Josh Allen, anything is possible. And that's, I think, where a lot of Bills fans are. Just get in the playoffs.
Yep.
Probably not winning the division, right? Might not be getting a home game at all. Just get in the playoffs. Josh Allen's the quarterback. AFC is not filled with heavyweights.
Yeah.
Just get in there. Josh goes on a run. The offense gets hot. Boom, done. It's possible that could happen. There's just no indication that is going to happen based on the first 11 games of the season.
And I said this earlier. I think if you are a Colts fan or a Broncos fan or even a Patriots fan, the team you probably wouldn't want to see in the first round is the team that Josh Allen is quarterback.
Right. Why would you? You
Unless
wouldn't want to
Mahomes
play
there
him.
too. But
yeah, but I think that's what the Bill season has come down to. Just get in and then see what happens, because we know sometimes Josh hits the playoffs and that offense just cranks out points.
Did you watch Thursday from the bunker?
I did. I watch I do not watch anywhere but the bunker. I'm just not. It's work.
Yeah.
I'm paying attention. I'm writing notes. I'm looking at Twitter, X. I'm checking stats. I'm not, I can't have a conversation with people while I'm watching the game.
I'm sure you didn't watch did you watch the Next Gen Stats cast, though, while the
I did
games
not.
are going?
No,
I
I
didn't
did
watch
not.
it either. I couldn't watch it for a Bills game.
Yeah,
Another game.
I watch it for when the Bills aren't playing, I'll watch it, but I need to concentrate on the game broadcast. But yeah, besides, I'm just not a fun person. Like a game like that the other night, if someone wanted to have a conversation with me, I would be very angry towards that person. I'm not a good person to watch a Bills game with.
How confident were you that they were going to win after they completed the hook and ladder? Once they got to 1st and 10, and the way they got that fourth down, did you were you not all the way there?
I was most confident when the ball was coming down to Gabe Davis. I thought he was going to be in bounds.
Right.
And then when they showed the replay, I'm like, oh my God, like half a foot.
A foot. The final sequence, because there's a lot before that in the game. There's the pass rush.
There's a lot of moments I thought, okay, here they go.
Yeah.
The drive they got to the Houston, Cook had like a 20-yard run. They got to the 30, 32, somewhere in there. They ran James 4 straight times.
Yep.
And when it was 4th and 1, I was 100% convinced they were going to, get the first down and go on and get a touchdown.
Yep.
And I love James Cook. He should be involved. You can't run James Cook 5 straight times. 4 straight James Cook runs after a 20-yard run. And then on 4th and 1, let's turn and give a delayed handoff to the guy who's 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, what are we doing? To steal Josh Allen's phrase, what are we doing here?
I wondered if that 4th and 1, and then also I thought on the final sequence when Dawkins takes the false start penalty, which happens because they're about to call a pass play, and he's got to get an early start on Anderson. That they didn't sneak it on either of those 4th and 1s. The second didn't happen, but they weren't planning to sneak it.
Right.
Why were they not planning to sneak it? And I wondered if it was because Allen had taken such a beating that caused them to not do it.
I wondered, see, the thing that bothered me the most, the sequence of plays with Cook, when he runs the 5 straight times and the series ends and they turn it over on downs. And my first thought was, is Joe Brady so afraid to throw the ball because they can't hold up in their pass protection that he just decided to run James Cook 5 straight? I bet James Cook hasn't run the ball on 5 straight plays the entire season. Possibly never under Joe Brady.
That might be right. And he's run a lot this year, and I might be with you.
He gets 15 to 20 carries a game. He ran 5 straight plays. I bet you that's never happened.
And wasn't there video of him wanting to be checked out of the game?
He was going off the field, and he came back on, right?
Right.
So,
he was gassed.
Yeah, that's what worried. That's it. And I don't think that's probably not the case, Joe. That's just the crazy Bills fan in me coming out. Yeah. But that was my first thought was, oh, my God, he's afraid to have Josh pass the ball on 4th and short or 3rd and short because they can't hold up in pass protection. And I thought, if we're at that point, the guy who calls the Bills plays is worried, oh, my God, I can't really pass the ball anymore. I better run it. Wow.
Yeah.
That's not good.
And it sounds like the head coach, maybe his biggest problem right now with the way the offense is working is he just can't get on board with it. Allen's going to hit 12 times.
It's too much.
I think he said 12 hits 3 times during his press conference after the game.
I think it was Pro Football Focus had him at 28 pressures for Houston.
28
pressures. Yeah, he's getting pounded. Look, the play where, I forget where it came in the game. I think it was in the first half. The play where he gets tackled from behind and all of a sudden he's ticking the ground with his legs.
Yeah.
Everybody, right?
Everyone
wasn't
was
having
holding
a quick little heart attack right at that moment? I mean, everybody had to be thinking, oh, dear God, no.
Yep.
Like that scares the living daylights out of Bills fans. Anyway, I digress. It was a lousy game.
All right, well, after that game, let's see what Howard has for Howard Picks the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
I don't want to do that. What? Can't I just sit in the corner and drink?
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills!
I like the fact that the Bills' defense is facing a bad offense. That should help. Houston's defense is very, very good, but again, Josh Allen is Josh Allen. I will actually take the Bills to win this game.
All right, okay.
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
Well,
hey, Houston's offense got 35 net yards in the second half.
The defense in the second half was awesome.
They still lost.
The drive at the end of the first half, not so great, but they were very good after that. Well, you have said all year that there's nothing that could happen that would get you to pick the Pittsburgh Steelers over the Buffalo Bills. We will put that to the test because it's the final time you'll have to pick this game.
Yeah.
Steelers hosting the Bills.
I'm a little worried about this game. It does not look like Spencer Brown's going to be available, right?
Correct.
Might be out for a little while.
Probably. Bernard, I think almost seems like definitely not.
I'm looking at like T.J. Watt against Ryan Vandemark or whatever they have going on at right tackle. So I'm not thrilled with this game, but I think the Steelers' defense has improved a little bit, Joe, but it's still not overwhelmingly good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Bills' offense should make plays against them. I know they're getting Rodgers back, and he's been better than he was with the Jets. But I made a promise. I made a solemn vow, and I'm a man of my word. Take the Bills.
All right. There is a question, too, even if Rodgers is back. Like, his wrist is broken.
Yeah. I would never believe what a coach says, but Tomlin said he expects Rodgers back, right?
Right. But
is he going to be able Mason Rudolph plays?
Is he going to be able to hand the ball off? Is he going to be able to take snaps from under center? Right. Like, I wonder what he won't be able to do. Because we saw, remember, Allen last year had a broken hand. He couldn't hand the ball off with his left hand.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
To be seen, yeah.
All
so
right.
anyway, take the Bills.
Bills over the Steelers. That goes to 8-4. Cincinnati with Burrow back, Chase back. Maybe no T. Higgins, though, because he had a pretty bad concussion on Sunday.
I did research, Joe. I did a little research.
Okay.
So what was in my head was, okay, the Bills' offense, if the Bills are going to win the game, they're probably going to be carried by their offense. So where are the Bills going to be playing? Like, no one's defense statistically is as good as Houston's remaining on the Bills' schedule.
Correct.
So how are the defenses that they're going to face?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't have this week's NFL stats. This is last week. The Bengals' defense, last in total yards per game, last in total yards per play, last in rushing yards per game, 30th in passing yards per game, 31st. You think you know where I'm going here?
Yeah,
32nd in points. They're
bad
the
defense.
worst defense in the National Football League.
Yep.
The Bills will. It might be 41 to 40. What was opening week? 41-40, 44-41,
41-40.
It'll be that.
41-40.
There you go. It might be that, but the Bills will win. Take
All right,
the over.
Fireworks.
Take the over in that game.
All right, I like it. You were way over there. That's like 80 points.
Okay, take the way over.
Way over. We're taking the way over. Well, that sets up 9-4. Depending on what New England does, Jeremy thinks the Giants are going to beat the Patriots this week.
The Giants should have beaten Detroit Detroit.
They should have.
They can actually beat the Patriots. The Patriots have been playing with fire for so many weeks. That's your job. You pick the Patriots.
See the pick six Flacco threw on Sunday? The worst pick six ever.
I did not see that.
Gifted it to New England. And they lost by 6.
Yeah.
So, New England, 9-4 going into that game. They get a bye, and that's probably to keep the division alive.
I'm going to leave that a Patriots win for now. I don't like how the Bills look on the road. Patriots do have a good defense. Actually, statistically, that is the best defense in terms of scoring defense. That's the best defense left on the Bills' schedule. Not Cleveland's. Not in terms of points per game allowed. So I'll take the Patriots in that game.
That could be partially who they've played,
It is.
obviously.
Yeah, it is.
Or
It's
a lot.
funny because if you look at Cleveland's numbers, they're top 10 in almost every single category. You got to explain this to me. You're the smart guy here. They're top 10 in almost every single category. They're 18th in points per game. Short fields because the offense is turning the ball over.
I'm just going to say that. I think I've seen a million times this year where a team is starting a drive on like the 15-yard line.
Because that's odd
that would
to
make
have
sense.
all those numbers and then all of a sudden 18th in scoring.
All right.
Anyway, I'll take the Patriots. Unfortunately.
So a loss to New England sets up 9-5. We're probably just focusing on seeding at this point. At Cleveland, and any similarities between the team they just played? Like
yes.
Backup quarterback, but
Did think about that.
Garrett could be going for the record by that game.
I absolutely thought about that. You're talking about a team that's had a very good defense this year, and its offense is putrid. But here's the problem. How do you project that game with Shedeur? Assuming Shedeur Sanders stays as starting quarterback, I don't know how good he is.
Right.
The numbers of Cleveland's offense are bad, but those are all pre-Sanders.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that a win unless there's a massive blizzard off Lake Erie and then it's 8-0 Browns.
But that's happened before, by the way.
And Jeremy, please do not
That
go
has
to
happened.
this game. Jeremy was at the Blizzard game.
He was. Yeah, we've had some gross Cleveland games. We don't need another
So
one.
I'll take the Bills to win.
Bills over Cleveland. Bills hosting the Philadelphia Eagles.
What's up with the Eagles?
They're
Explain
weird.
this team to me.
They're
I
weird.
cannot figure them out on a week-by-week basis. I thought they were just going to blow Dallas out of the state of Texas. And they blew that game.
They were doing it.
It was 21-0.
It was 21-0.
I turned the game off. I thought, great. Cowboys are getting their butts kicked. I'm going to go watch something else.
Did you watch another game? You watched something else?
No, I just watched something else. But then
Okay.
I realized it was close, and I turned the game back. Like, what the heck happened?
Yeah.
And I watched the end. I'll take the Bills to win that game because I'm not sure what Philly is, actually.
They have a lot of duds. Finally, the final, maybe the final game at the stadium, they would need to probably get to the AFC Championship game. Against the Jets, Tyrod Taylor now the quarterback, red helmets. What do we got?
Bills will win.
Bills over the Jets.
If it is you can't lose the final game at the stadium if it's the final game at the stadium.
No, you certainly cannot.
So 12-5.
12-5, I imagine that is probably the 5 seed.
Keep this in mind, though, Sunday's game, right? Do you know what the Bills' road record is this year?
They have 3 losses. On the road. It's like 2-3.
2-3.
2-3.
Since the start of the 2023 season, the Bills are 10-11 on the road in the regular season. 10-11.
It's a long time to have a losing record.
With Josh Allen and this team under 500 on the road. I just wanted to point that out because they do have 3 road games left. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, New England.
And they probably will be going on the road
probably
in the playoffs.
well, that's another discussion, right? Because they've never won a road game in the playoffs under Sean McDermott. Of course, there's an asterisk to that stat because Jacksonville was pre-Josh.
Yep.
Houston was before Josh was Josh.
Yep.
And then the other losses are all Kansas City.
Yep.
So if they do go out, you're gonna hear that stat a lot. I don't put a ton of weight in that because you can explain it very easily.
All right. Howard's got 12-5. Thank
Happy
you, sir.
Thanksgiving. Enjoy
Happy
your turkey.
Thanksgiving. Oh, Thanksgiving Survivor. You got any thing for us?
Well, I kicked off mashed potatoes one year, and I think Jeremy never forgave me.
Mashed potatoes.
I actually would have kept doing this job. He forced me out 2 years ago because I kicked out mashed potatoes, and he went to management and forced me into early retirement.
I think all three of, well, actually not all three of us. Owen was very upset with us that me and Joe were not big turkey fans. Just like I always feel like I eat turkey on Thanksgiving because I have to.
That's what. Yeah. Well. Turkey's good. It's not like it's bad.
I mean, just because the Pilgrims did it doesn't mean I have to. Like, that's my outlook on it.
My whole thing on turkey is it gets too much flack because people can't cook it. That's your problem. You got to figure out how to cook it, and then you're fine. Just learn how to cook it.
I think
that's all.
Do you want to come over and cook ours?
Whatever needs to be done for me to get rid of some of this turkey hatred out there.
Yeah,
I will do it.
Turkey hatred.
Well,
see, I don't get involved in the cooking. I never have.
You've never cooked anything for Thanksgiving?
Never.
Nothing?
I might make a side dish, but I'd never get involved in. My mom did it growing up. My wife has done it. I go to my brother's house. Sister-in-law does. I do not do anything.
So for our Friendsgivings, everyone has a list. You bring everything. You'd be the guy that brings the jar of cranberry sauce.
I would probably bring some kind of dessert because I'm not a cranberry guy.
How about just
I would
the
bring
ice?
dessert.
Just the ice. That's all.
You bring the ice. I'll bring the napkins.
The ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got bags of ice.
Thank you, sir.
All right, guys. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
I agree with you. I think that the Patriots are here to stay, and this is going to be a war between these two franchises for the next 5 to 8 to 10 years.
Like the rest of Allen, probably.
I think the rest of Allen, we're going to be dealing with Allen versus May for the division every year. And part of what I thought, I was just trying to think of bright sides here, was could it be beneficial for the Bills to have a year where you're not coasting into the playoffs and where you're pushing for something? The last few years, I mean, there was the one Miami year, but they really coughed that up. And I feel like it could be good for them to feel pressure, to feel we got to do something here. Whether that means this year or in the future, I think this is going to force the Bills' hand to, we can't rest on our laurels. This team's going to get better. We need to keep up.
Right.
Because they're better than us right now.
Yeah, the idea...
they're a better team right now.
Yeah, when he said that, I think they're pretty close. Honestly. I think they're pretty close. What are the Bills definitively better at than New England right now?
Quarterback.
They have a better line and they have a better run game.
Right.
That's definitely true. You still want to give Allen over May? Good with that?
Right.
But May's been awesome all year. What else?
Pass catching is better on New England. The
secondary is better in New England.
I think they are going to give the Bills fits, and I think it's going to force them to push, and that's going to be interesting to see what that means.
It's a good point. It kind of goes with how the Bills constantly act like everything is fine all the time. Will be fine. There's no, there's no Diggs fire like there used to be.
Right.
At least not that we see. Maybe there is. Maybe there's someone in that locker room that, maybe Terrell Bernard is somebody to be like that. I'm not sure. But the attitude of will be fine starts to get tested when, you sure? Because these guys just took your title. Very quick soccer thing, though. Yesterday in Everton, Manchester United. So, and what happened? An Everton player got kicked out. He got a red card because he was fighting his own teammate on the field.
Yeah, Man U scored to make it 1-0 13 minutes into the game, and there was a commotion at the top of the box. I didn't see it in real time, but they showed the replay. An Everton defender walked up to one of his teammates and just slapped him in the face.
Okay, because he didn't do his job on the goal.
Like, soccer's always had that a little more animated. Like you messed that.
Sure.
What's wrong with you? There's always been a little
teammates
more of that.
calling out teammates.
Yeah. But this was this guy just walked up to his homie and slapped him across the face, and the ref walked over. Red card for hitting your own teammate.
Wow.
Everton plays with 10 men from the 13th minute.
Does that seem like the right call? I mean, I know he hit a guy, but it was his teammate.
I mean, if you hit the other guy, it's a red card, right?
That's sure, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I guess it's if you hit anybody, you hit anybody on the field.
Right. I mean, you did a violent, you hit somebody.
Interesting.
You're unstable. Get out of here. And then Everton, playing with 10 men, came back to beat Man U.
So they won anyway?
Yeah, that was sweet.
What would the call be in hockey if two teammates they just dropped the gloves?
Oh,
they would get 2 5s?
Would they get 2 5s? That's a good question.
Would they get 2-minute penalties? And the other team would go on like a 4-minute power play or a 5-on-3?
Or would the coach just
I feel like hockey would just call nothing.
I was just going to say, I think maybe that nothing
Hockey would blow the whistle and get these two idiots off the ice, no penalties.
Right. I'm
Coach,
almost
you deal with this.
That we got to call like Wes McCauley or something. Like, what would you do?
This is a very good question. Soccer, we know the answer. You get a red card,
right,
apparently.
Out.
I don't know what would happen in football or hockey. Very quick Bills thing, and then we're going to get to Adam Krautwurst. We'll talk Bills with him. A little fantasy, too, as the playoff season is beginning. We played earlier in the show the clip of DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. And he said on the Texans Voice yesterday, podcast that the Texans do, that it wasn't a scheme that they see a lot that the Bills employed, that they are usually a team that gets chips, 7-man protection schemes, and that the Bills put a lot on the quarterback's play. Like, guys are going to have to come up with one-on-one matchups, and we're hoping that Allen could escape the pocket. So the Bills did not keep extra people in to protect against that line, and Ryan's saying, like, yeah, we don't really ever see that. It wasn't even just 5-man protection. Joe Marino, who we'll have on tomorrow, he tweeted out that the Bills lead the league or have led the league in 5-man protection, where you do not keep anybody else in to help block for your quarterback. Anthony from Cover One just tweeted out, I think, a damning little fact from Thursday, that the Bills went even further, that they had a guard step up out of line to meet linebacker spies on Josh Allen, which created 4-on-4. So all one-on-one situations against that defensive line. 4 people blocking Allen. You almost never get less than 5. And as Ryan said, they usually see 6 or 7. And the Bills thought 4 was going to be able to protect him in that game. In a game where Spencer Brown got hurt pretty early on, by the way, and Ryan Vandermark was playing, like, that is ghastly. How you could possibly think that was a solution. Man, 4-on-4 blocking against that defensive line. Someone called him with the word arrogance earlier to describe this Bills season. Man, that's a bit of arrogance right there. The Bills have a very good offensive line. But to think they were going to be able to block that line with 4 guys is incredible. All right, when we come back, Adam Krautworth, some Bills, little fantasy, and we'll take your calls as well throughout the hour. If you got a one-word answer on what describes your feeling about this Bills season, feel free to give us a call, and we'll get you in here on WGR.
I agree with you. I think that the Patriots are here to stay, and this is going to be a war between these two franchises for the next 5 to 8 to 10 years.
Like the rest of Allen, probably.
I think the rest of Allen, we're going to be dealing with Allen versus May for the division every year. And part of what I thought, I was just trying to think of bright sides here, was could it be beneficial for the Bills to have a year where you're not coasting into the playoffs and where you're pushing for something? The last few years, I mean, there was the one Miami year, but they really coughed that up. And I feel like it could be good for them to feel pressure, to feel we got to do something here. Whether that means this year or in the future, I think this is going to force the Bills' hand to, we can't rest on our laurels. This team's going to get better. We need to keep up.
Right.
Because they're better than us right now.
Yeah, the idea...
they're a better team right now.
Yeah, when he said that, I think they're pretty close. Honestly, I think they're pretty close. What are the Bills definitively better at than New England right now?
Quarterback.
They have a better line and they have a better run game.
Right.
That's definitely true. You still want to give Allen over May? Good with that.
Right.
But May's been awesome all year. What else?
Pass catching is better on New England. The
secondary is better in New England.
Yeah, I think they are going to give the Bills fits, and I think it's going to force them to push, and that's going to be interesting to see what that means.
It's a good point. It kind of goes with how the Bills constantly act like everything is fine all the time. Will be fine. There's no, there's no Diggs fire like there used to be.
Right.
At least not that we see. Maybe there is. Maybe there's someone in that locker room that, maybe Terrell Bernard is somebody to be like that. I'm not sure. But the attitude of will be fine starts to get tested when, you sure? Because these guys just took your title. Very quick soccer thing, though. Yesterday in Everton, Manchester United. So, and what happened? An Everton player got kicked out. He got a red card because he was fighting his own teammate on the field.
Yeah, Man U scored to make it 1-0 13 minutes into the game, and there was a commotion at the top of the box. I didn't see it in real time, but they showed the replay. An Everton defender walked up to one of his teammates and just slapped him in the face.
Okay, because he didn't do his job on the goal.
Soccer's always had that a little more animated. You missed that. Sure. What's wrong with you? There's always been a little
teammates
more of that.
Calling out teammates.
Yeah. But this was this guy just walked up to his homie and slapped him across the face, and the ref walked over. Red card for hitting your own teammate.
Wow.
Everton plays with 10 men from the 13th minute.
Does that seem like the right call? I mean, I know he hit a guy, but it was his teammate.
I mean, if you hit the other guy, it's a red card, right?
That's sure, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I guess it's if you hit anybody, you hit anybody on the field.
Right. I mean, you did a violent, you hit somebody.
Interesting.
You're unstable. Get out of here. And then Everton, playing with 10 men, came back to beat Man U.
So they won anyway?
Yeah, that was sweet.
What would the call be in hockey if two teammates they just dropped the gloves?
Oh,
they would get 2 5s?
Would they get 2 5s? That's a good question.
Would they get 2-minute penalties? And the other team would go on like a 4-minute power play or a 5-on-3?
Or would the coach just
I feel like hockey would just call nothing.
I was just going to say, I think maybe that nothing.
Hockey would blow the whistle and get these two idiots off the ice, no penalties.
Right. I'm
Coach,
almost
you deal with this.
That we got to call like Wes McCauley or something. Like, what would you do?
This is a very good question. Soccer, we know the answer. You get a red card.
Right.
Apparently,
out.
I don't know what would happen in football or hockey.
The Bills gearing up for the Steelers on their mini-bye following the Texans' loss last week. Some news from the transaction wire. Offensive lineman Tylen Grable's 21-day practice window from injured reserve opened yesterday afternoon, but still a plethora of injuries following last week's contest. Per head coach Sean McDermott, Dalton Kincaid, Fedarian Mathis, and Curtis Samuel are all improving injury-wise, but they're taking it, quote, one day at a time. Terrell Bernard is week to week, Maxwell Hairston in concussion protocol, and the team is gathering information on Spencer Brown's potential injury status. Josh Allen is sore, but should be good to go against Pittsburgh. McCole Hardman also went on to injured reserve. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Following their 4-1 win over Carolina, the Sabres back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Penguins with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. They've won 4 of their last 5 games and look to keep the hot streak going. Around the NFL, last night, the 49ers topped the Panthers 20-9. In other news, the Packers listed Josh Jacobs with a knee injury as limited on Monday's estimated practice report. Buccaneers coach Todd Bowles said the plan is to ramp up Chris Godwin's usage, and Bengals coach Zach Taylor expects Joe Burrow to play Thursday against the Ravens. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 13 matchup between the Buffalo Bills and Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I can't explain why they take the football out of number 4's hands. It doesn't make any sense. When you're playing against this defense with these type of pass rushers, you want to run the football. My legendary defensive coordinator, Dick LeBeau, who is in the Hall of Fame, he used to tell us all the time, offensive coordinators are egocentric. They feed their ego. Instead of doing it the easier way, they want to do it the hard way. You run the football on first down, you get 6 yards. One would think they would run it on 2nd and 4. But what do? They throw the football. And this is a telling sign of coordinators being more egocentric because we all see it, the fans see it. But for some reason, the offensive coaches on that staff, they don't see it. And if you're Houston, I love the fact that they took the football out of number 4 hand because he was looking like he was going to have a field day.
Bryant McFadden of CBS. Bills getting some heat for how they played the Texans on Thursday Night Football. I think the revelation that I just found from Anthony of Cover 1 in the last 10, 15 minutes about how the Bills tried to protect Allen with 4 linemen, having a guard go out to meet the spy and going 4-on-4 with the Texans line is maybe the most damning evidence I've seen of their game plan stunk for Thursday night. And big reason why they lost. 803-0550, the phone number. If you got a thought on our previous conversation about your feeling on the season, you got a word to describe it, New England talk as well. We will talk some Bills and a little fantasy as well here with Adam Krautwurst, Full-Time Fantasy, joining us now on the West Her Hotline. How's your morning going, Adam?
It was going great until you started talking about trying to block 4 linemen with 4 linemen.
Doesn't seem ideal with maybe any team, but that team especially. That team especially.
Yeah, that was a mess of a game plan for sure. And just to be able to get out of it, right? Like if it's not working, like stop doing it. Do something like hand the ball to James Cook, like I said. But yeah, it was a mess of a game, and on to Pittsburgh.
So let's start on the Bills a little bit. And fantasy, non-fantasy, I don't know. What's your biggest issue that you're finding with the team right now, or even the person? Bean's getting a lot of heat these days. So is Brady. McDermott too, but I think probably to a lesser extent. I don't know. Where's your blame going at the moment?
Yeah, it's probably on the GM. I mean, it's Bean, because you can't really blame. Like Brady, yes, like Josh Allen said it best when he came to the sidelines. What are we doing when turning around and handing the ball off on 4th and 1? But their plan going into the year, it seems, was to just not have any weapons. Like Josh Palmer's not a thing. Like I know he's been hurt, but you just look around the league. Look at the offenses with elite quarterbacks they try to like give them as much as they can. Like this is a scoring league. Yes, defense can win championships, but why not have both? And why not just try to give them a little something, right? We're looking at Palmer and Shakir and Coleman and all these guys. It's just like, even if they were healthy and playing well, they're not it. So I think the blame can fall on the GM. Not having Kincaid hurts a lot. I think they thought he was going to be a thing, and he has been amazing when in the starting lineup. He's just been hurt, and he's been hurt for years with them, and that's going to be an interesting thing to see them address in the offseason. And as far as fantasy is concerned with these guys, you just can't start any of them except for Shakir and Cook until Kincaid gets back.
Yeah, and even, I mean, Kincaid at this point, I don't know how many teams would even still be going if that was, like, their guy.
Right.
But now I'd be worried about, like, is he just going to get injured in any of these games? And, man, if you were frustrated by his snap counts earlier in the season, I mean, dealing with injuries, I can't imagine, like, him playing more than 50% in a single game rest of the way might be an underdog.
Yeah, completely. And that's, I mean, if you look at like his fantasy points per like route run, they're like through the roof because he never plays and he scores a ton of points. So he's talented. It's just he's hurt.
Yeah, right. The stat on him, he has the exact same amount of yardage right now that he had last year, 448. But last year he did that on 75 targets, and this year he's done it on 36 targets. And it's incredible.
That's crazy.
The difference from one year to the next. So he's out probably this week as well. Steelers and Bills this week, and it's also approaching that time for fantasy where it's the final couple of weeks, and then we get to the playoffs. Before we get to anything specific around the league, do you do anything different when you're managing a team as you get this late in the year versus how you do it early in the year?
For sure. So if I've got a team that's kind of locked into obviously each league is different with their settings and stuff, but if I got a team that's locked into a playoff spot or a bye or whatever, I'm looking down the line. I know maybe a lot of trade deadlines have passed for leagues, but I'm trading for guys that have maybe already had their bye if I need points, or I can trade for a better player that needs to have their bye still to get them off somebody's hands because they need points. And so you're kind of looking to kind of maneuver your roster there, and also grabbing like little small things, like grabbing kickers that play indoors and have nice schedules for the fantasy playoffs, or grabbing maybe two defenses if your roster is big enough to find those matchups down the stretch. And I play in a lot of leagues where like the lineups, the rosters can get locked kind of after this week. So you kind of got to plan ahead for, do I need 2 or 3 quarterbacks? Do I need multiple defenses? I'm looking at strength of schedule. I'm looking at, hey, what running back has a great schedule? Maybe I can trade for him. Maybe I can pick up his backup and kind of plan for the future. Because at this point, we kind of know what defenses are good and what defenses are pass funnel and run funnel. So, yeah, I'm always looking at the rosters and seeing how I can tweak the back end of the roster.
Yeah, the defense point is good. Handcuffs, too, maybe. At this stage are a little bit more valuable, especially those rosters you mentioned that are locked. And then the matchups, man, like looking at week 16 and 17 and who they play. Like I was doing this yesterday, Adam. Me and Jeremy were doing it with the Cardinals and how Brissett and Michael Wilson play against the Bengals in week 17. There would be a question, I guess, about those two making it that far if they can even get to that matchup. How do you feel about those two at the moment? So in fantasy, the last couple weeks, Jacoby Brissett, Michael Wilson, like it's hard to do better than those two for how much they're throwing it. How much staying power do you think those two currently have and for the rest of the season?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was trying to, before I came out, I was trying to flip my mind over to, week 13 or whatever and just try to turn off what last week. And I'm looking at my rankings. I see Michael Wilson like top 10, for fantasy. Wan'Dale Robinson in the top 15. I'm like, man, oh man, what are we doing? Where are we? But yeah, here's the thing. I'm listening to that little clip you had before I came on about how offensive coordinators are. They have egos and coaches have egos. When Marvin Harrison comes back, he's going to be the number one. I think when Kyler Murray's healthy, it's really hard for coaches to bench their guys. If Wilson and Brissett stay the guys, I love it. And another guy is Trey Benson, I've been holding on to him for seems like 3 years. Like when he's another guy that, like, man, if you can make the playoffs, and you got him on your team. Hopefully it's not a Ricky Pearsall thing where you waited for nothing. But if you can slide in Trey Benson into a team that's really, really good, I like this Cardinals offense. There's been a lot of that this year with these kind of veteran quarterbacks that just know how to study the ship and run the offense, and they come in and it just looks incredible.
Yeah, Flacco was this for a while. Maybe Jameis is doing that now and will do it.
There you go.
Yeah. The only thing about the Cardinals that I think could keep Brissett in there is I don't actually know the details on this. I wonder if there is a thought to not put Murray back in there, because if they want to move on from him in the offseason, him getting injured would be a big problem for them.
Or him remembering what he looks like playing would be a problem for them, because maybe they don't want people to remember, like, oh, this guy is really, really struggling. But yes, it's a lot of this small stuff. I mean, this stuff happens every year, Joe, where Jacoby Brissett and Michael Wilson lead people to fantasy championships, and the next year it'll all be forgotten.
Yeah. Adam Crowers, full-time fantasy with us on the Western Hotline for a couple of more minutes. Some of the biggest stories around the fantasy landscape right now as we're getting towards the playoffs. What would you do, Adam, or what can you do, I guess, with Minnesota's offense? It's just so neutered with J.J. McCarthy in there. Like, if you're still alive and you've got Justin Jefferson, or you've got, maybe Aaron Jones is a very different question. Addison would be another one. Like, is anybody playable still in Minnesota? Do you feel like you would still have to play Jefferson?
Jefferson would be the only guy, because you probably have a team where he's at least your wide receiver 3, I would think. But because like Wan'Dale Robinson and him have pretty much identical statistics, and people are starting Wan'Dale, so you might as well start Jefferson. But that's pretty much it, right? I mean, I say that, but there's so many injuries. Bye weeks are coming to an end, but there's so many injuries you can usually find a spot for Addison or Jones. But no, you don't want to start any of these guys. And you just got to kind of bite the bullet. I mean, I have Hawkinson in a ton of places, and I haven't started him in like 6 weeks, and it stinks. But you just can't do it. I mean, McCarthy's just not it. Speaking of egos, I wonder how long it'll take them to move off from him.
I think they should do it. I think Minnesota going to like Mac Jones this summer is 100% going to happen.
Wow. Yeah, right? For sure.
Like, it's so bad that, like, for teams to move off this quickly, it's got to be, like, historically bad. And you're seeing numbers where, like, there was one yesterday where there's been, like, 595 quarterbacks since 2000, and the only player with a worse EPA per attempt is, like, Jamarcus Russell. Like, when you start getting into that territory, that's how you get your Josh Rosens, right? Like, 1 year, this can't continue, we got to move off of it.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, fans, if the average fan can see it, it's like the GMs know it. It's just, are you willing to move on from this? Speaking of Rosen and Murray, that's what they did. They saw it with Rosen. Like, this isn't going to work. All right, we're going to go take Kyler Murray.
Who do you see as the hardest team to predict right now? Like, that you could, start guys from, but you might just have no idea what to expect.
Oh, man, those ones are – the first team that comes to mind, because this has been this team for years, is the Chiefs. They just have all this, like, kind of talent spread out, but they do the same thing. Everybody eats like the Bills, but they actually have dudes who can actually, like, eat. So, like, it can work for them. But, like, the Marquise Browns of the world, the Xavier Worthies, the Travis Kelce's, that's like, hey, I have all these guys. Like, someone's going to be okay, the Rashee Rices, but I just don't know which one it's going to be. It's a lot of those teams. It's fun when it's a team like the Lions and, like, everyone can smash. But it's really difficult when you have, like those middling offenses, like the Chiefs, like the Bills in a way, I guess.
Are the Bears this a little bit right now?
Yeah. Yeah, like Adunze's been the guy all year, and now it's like, now it's DJ Moore and Colston Loveland, and it's Caleb Williams' legs. Those are the hardest teams too, Joe. When you're trying to do predictions and projections for the week, it's like, yeah, the quarterback could be like a Justin Fields thing. Like, yeah, the quarterback could have a great fantasy day, but it doesn't mean he helps everybody else. That's why you kind of like a guy like Brock Purdy, because, like, if he has a big day, the receivers are having big days. It's not generally going to be on his legs. So, but yeah, that is a good one. The Bears are good. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Moore, it could be Adunze, it could be Burden, it could be Loveland. Like, that offense works. It's just, it's really, really tough to get there. Adam Crowworth, full-time fantasy with us. All right, Adam. Anything else fantasy-wise that's on your mind going into the postseason here? We still got 2 weeks, so we're not all the way there.
Yeah, we're not all the way there. I think did we dead Joe in our league last night? Did I see that we crashed out a little bit at the end?
We did not. We Purdy really screwed us over last night. 3 interceptions in the first half. And really, so the team that we co-run, for those that are listening, we have Purdy and Ricky Pearsall. And Purdy throwing to Pearsall in the end zone. He's open. Just put it out in front of him. I mean, that is a season-defining throw, I called it.
That was the best text. Yeah, the season-defining throw. It's like it's absolutely right. And they weren't using him early. I'm like, man, they're not even using him. And then the next 2 passes of him are picked. I'm like, well, that's it.
Yeah, they're definitely not using him after that. Yeah, right. Thanks, Adam, as always, and we'll talk soon.
All right, my friend. Thank you.
Adam Crowworth on the Western Hotline. You can check out his stuff if you got big fantasy matchups coming up at Adam_Crowworth full-time fantasy. 803-0550 is the phone number. Bills and Steelers this week. And we got plenty more time to talk Steelers. Actually, we don't have as much time because of Thanksgiving on Thursday. So we do have one fewer day. The Bills will practice, I think, tomorrow. I don't believe that the schedule gets pushed up a day because of Thanksgiving, so I don't think they're on the field today. The guys, though, that we are going to be watching for, like we talked about Kincaid a little bit there. I don't think Kincaid's playing. Hamstring injury, it's always a multi-week thing. So, but we'll see. Bernard being out, I really do wonder if that doesn't cost them. Because Bernard has just not had a good year. And maybe he's played a little bit better in the last couple of weeks. But if your biggest problem with the Bills right now is run defense, it's not mine, but it could be yours. They've not been great. If that's your issue, then I think evidence this year tells us that they are a better run defense when Shaq Thompson is starting at middle linebacker over Terrell Bernard. And with Bernard probably out, nasty injury. His arm is extended and trying to tackle, and Milano comes in, and it's like helmet to elbow, and it goes the wrong. It's just really gross injury. That his being out and Thompson being in, I think is a better fit. I think it's a better fit for the Bills' defense. And I mean, this was a bit of a conversation earlier in the year when everybody was healthy. Why don't you go Thompson at middle linebacker and put Bernard on the weak side? You start him at the will. Because the other sad part of this is, all the guys that have come back, Trey White, Poyer, Jordan Phillips, Gabe Davis, you're really not expecting a lot from any of these guys because you know their ages, you know their histories, you know they're not in their primes anymore. Matt Milano should really be in the same bucket. And it's sad to say because he's a fan favorite. Everyone loves him. He was an all-pro. He's not really that far removed from being one of the best linebackers in football. I mean, it was 3 years ago that he was a first-team all-pro. And he's played 16 games since then. He has not even played a full season of football games since he was a first-team all-pro and considered one of the best linebackers in the league. But he's had so many injuries, and I think it's pretty evident he gets swallowed up so easily on these run plays while also no longer having the ability to cover tight ends and even sometimes slot receivers if he needs to in open space. Like, he's not... Whatever you think of what Jordan Phillips is giving them right now, whatever you think of what Tre'Davious White is giving them right now, or what Jordan Poyer is giving them, Milano's not giving you anything better. And if you would be quick to bench those guys because you want youth and you want something more athletic and you just think, like, I don't want to keep recycling and asking the guys that were performing for me in 2019 and 2018 to still be making big plays for me. If you don't want to be living that life, it's not just Trey White, it's not just Phillips, not just Poyer. Like it is Milano too. Had Milano left and then came back and looked this way, it'd be the same thing. Because I'm at a point where like I think they're probably at their best when he's not on the field. When it's either Dorian Williams or, again, maybe there's a combo of Thompson and Bernard in the future. But for now, Milano, I don't know, it's not near the same. 803-0550 is the phone number. Chris is next up. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Morning.
Quick question. So I'm seeing right now that we had Shaq Lawson, just another...
That just happened. Yeah, Mike Garafolo just reported the Bills are signing Shaq Lawson to the practice squad.
I mean, what are we doing at this point? I'm sorry, I've never been a fire McDermott guy, but it's getting to the point. There was reasons we let him go in the past, and now we're bringing him back in. We'll have to hear how they're good culture guys, how they're good for the young guys, all this stuff. I'm sick of it. Josh Allen, generational talent. We're essentially just letting his career dwindle at this point. We're not doing anything. I hate being one of these guys that, again, say fire, but it's just crazy at this point. The trade deadline was a bust. God forbid, we gave up a pick. Look at all these teams. You got Rams a few years ago, all of them. Go all in once. What was our go all in? We gave $500 million to Von Miller, who produced a total of 5 sacks for us in 3 years. So, I don't know. Make it make sense. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, Chris, for the call. I think it is a little ridiculous how often they bring back old pieces. There are reasons for it that make sense, which I think are probably this stage in the year, how many guys that are available know the system that you would feel comfortable putting on the field immediately if you needed to. That's generally the defense that you see from it. Could you criticize them for never finding their way to anybody else that could fit? I think this might be one of those where that's possible. Because there are other pieces, other guys that come back and they really haven't been out of football that long. Right? Trey White played last year in the league. Poyer started for a team last year in the league, like the whole year. Phillips played for you last year. Davis was a big money contract. Shaq Lawson didn't play football last year. Like, he played 14 snaps all last season. He played one game for Carolina. He got 14 snaps, and that was it. Wasn't in the league all year this year. So, for him, this might be the one where you'd go, really? Your pro scouting department couldn't find anybody? Somebody's released 5th-round pick from the last 2 years, or someone that just got cut loose a couple of weeks ago somewhere. Like, you couldn't find anybody? You had to go to a guy that is definitely not in the league? And more than that, and actually Evan just tweeted this in. This is what I said yesterday. I think the worst thing that it says about your team when you are always bringing back guys like this, it says more about your drafting. It says more about you don't have young talent that's been learning the system that is like at the bottom end of the roster. 6-round picks, 7-round picks, undrafted guys that maybe found a way to stick through training camp. You don't have these young pieces that are there ready to take that on. I mean, this is a defensive end, right? So the guy you would look at is Javon Solomon, although he is already on the roster. Your other edge rusher, you only have one. Andre Jones is currently on the practice squad. And then Morgan Fox, who can do a little bit of both. If you look at the Bills' draft history, I mean, just so many late-round picks just aren't even giving you anything, right? I mean, Caden Prather was a 7th-round pick. Didn't make the team out of training camp. Travis Clayton was a 7th-round pick last year. Has never appeared for the team. Daquan Hardy was a corner in the 6th round last year, has never appeared for the team. Eddie Ulofoshio was a 5th-round pick last year. Played some special teams, and he's already gone. The year prior, Nick Broker, Alec Austin, Justin Shorter, 3 day 3 picks, nothing. The year before that, Benford, great. Luke Tenuta didn't make the team out of training camp. Rashad Wildgoose and Jack Anderson, the year before that. 2 guys that didn't make the team out of training camp. Just you have a lot of late-round picks who just never get a look or do get a look, and it just nothing happens. Like, that would be where you want these guys. That's who you would want instead of Shaq Lawson. You want some 6th-round pick from the last 4 years, or even undrafted. It doesn't have to be a late-round pick. Cam Lewis. Who's your Cam Lewis? Guy who's developed in the system and plays a lot of special teams, and then finally, okay, we need you for depth defense. And with Lewis, it's always been like, okay. It's been okay. And I guess they just didn't have that guy defensive end. 803-0550 is the phone number. Maybe Boogie Basham not being able to be an NFL player also hurts this a little bit. Shaq Lawson's back. What that means is pay up for the former Bill, future Bill fantasy draft league. Because you guys are going to have a tough time tracking me down now that we created that rule with how many weeks you were gone is how many points you get. I mean, who would you guys have to land on to catch me with Shaq Lawson? He was gone for 2 years.
I got Phillips on my roster. That
was okay.
That would get me a chunk.
Harrison Phillips.
Harrison Phillips, yes, not Jordan Phillips.
That's right.
I got Harrison Phillips.
Problem is he is on a team right now.
Well, yeah,
Tyrod Taylor would have to become the backup quarterback. Like that would be the big swing.
That would be. That's 5 years gone. No, more than that.
Yeah.
Seven
Josh
years,
Allen's
8 years.
entire career.
Yeah. Right. He's traded the day before maybe the 2018 draft.
Right.
For the first pick in the 3rd round. Cleveland. What a stupid trade. They traded the first pick in the 3rd round for a quarterback who played 3 games for them. Tyrod would give you the win. Are there any other backup quarterbacks that have been gone a while? Keenum, I mentioned yesterday, could be it. Either way, I got the lead right now. Shaq Lawson is back. Will he play? We also don't know that he'll play. He's on the practice squad, but they've definitely dealt with their injuries. 803-0550, if you're on hold, we'll get to you when we come back. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Very quick soccer thing, though. Yesterday in Everton, Manchester United. So, and what happened? An Everton player got kicked out. He got a red card because he was fighting his own teammate on the field.
Yeah, Man U scored to make it 1-0 13 minutes into the game, and there was a commotion at the top of the box. I didn't see it in real time, but they showed the replay. An Everton defender walked up to one of his teammates and just slapped him in the face.
Okay, because he didn't do his job on the goal.
Like, soccer's always had that a little more animated. Like you missed that. Sure. What's wrong with you? There's always been a little
teammates
more of that.
Calling out teammates.
Yeah. But this was this guy just walked up to his homie and slapped him across the face, and the ref walked over. Red card for hitting your own teammate.
Wow.
Everton plays with 10 men from the 13th minute.
Does that seem like the right call? I mean, I know he hit a guy, but it was his teammate.
I mean, if you hit the other guy, it's a red card, right?
That's sure, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I guess it's if you hit anybody, you hit anybody on the field.
Right. I mean, you did a violent, you hit somebody.
Interesting.
You're unstable. Get out of here. And then Everton, playing with 10 men, came back to beat Man U.
So they won anyway?
Yeah, that was sweet.
What would the call be in hockey if 2 teammates they just dropped the gloves?
Oh,
they would get 2 5s?
Would they get 2 5s? That's a good question.
Would they get 2-minute penalties? And the other team would go on like a 4-minute power play or a 5-on-3?
Or would the coach just
I feel like hockey would just call nothing.
I was just going to say, I think maybe that nothing.
Hockey would blow the whistle and get these 2 idiots off the ice, no penalties.
Right. I'm
Coach, you deal with this.
That we got to call like Wes McCauley or something. Like, what would you do?
This is a very good question. Soccer, we know the answer. You get a red card.
Right.
Apparently.
Out.
I don't know what would happen in football or hockey. going to start on the Patriots just for a moment, because the Patriots, I think a lot of what's happening to the feeling around the Bills right now, which I think is probably about as negative as it ever has been at this point in a season, even though it's not that different of a season. So maybe it's just Bills fans getting a little tired of, why every year does it seem so hard when you have this quarterback? Why? I saw a tweet last night about some of the Bills' passing stats and EPA and like, hey, things are actually fine. And they rank 6th and 7th in some of the major passing efficiency categories. And when I look at that, I say, if you are 7th in the league in passing and your quarterback is Josh Allen, not even in terms of volume, in terms of how good you are, how efficient you are. If you're 7th, that's embarrassing when you have a quarterback that is this good. You should be able to blindfold yourself and walk into 7th in the league in passing if that's your quarterback. So, there are things to look at with them that are not going so well, that also are not totally unique to this season. We have seen it in the past. The biggest difference, because I think if the Patriots didn't exist right now in their current form, the Bills would just be in first in the division with a pretty good record, and they have to fight and claw to get the 1 seed, which is every year. And they'd be looking at hosting a home playoff game. And this year might be different, that you might play the Chiefs if you were to host a home playoff game. And the time of that game might be a little different. But you just be back where you've always been. 11-win team, first in your division, hosting a playoff game, not the 1 seed. And things look really hard and don't look perfect.
I don't want to suck bad enough to have to get Jamar Chase. Like, he's a heck of a talent. I'd love to have him, but you gotta go through some lean years to do that.
Joe Kelly just playing clips that make me angry. I remember yelling into the radio when I heard that when it happened, and I'll say it again now. Someone ask, what about T. Higgins, who was a second-round pick? The Bills have since drafted a second-round pick receiver, to be fair, though. But he's no T. Higgins. Not even close to a T. Higgins. So Shaq Lawson's back on the Bills, which means I have a monster lead in our former Bill, future Bill league here, and Jeremy White had to call in to run waivers because I'm guessing you have an idea for somebody and you didn't want to wait to get him.
Well, listen, I'm on vacation, but some things are so important we have to come back to work. Like I was on vacation when Lindy got fired the first time, and I came in.
Yep.
When Marone quit on New Year's Day, I came in.
Yep.
And when we got waivers in former Bill, future Bill, I got to come in.
All right. So Shaq Lawson is back. You've got the rosters?
Yes, I have our rosters. I've also decided I'm no more just flying by the seat of my pants. I'm digging up Bills rosters from 2022, 23, and 24. I got to get to work here to find some better ideas. All right, so Joe loses Shaq Lawson because he's on the team. So we all get a chance to run waivers before Joe picks up a player. Joe Kelly, Alt Joe, has Ryan Bates, Brian Dable, and Zach Davidson. Owen has Harrison Phillips, Quentin Jefferson, and Davis Webb. And I have Jimmy Charlo, Kingsley Jonathan, and Mike White.
Okay. All right. Wait, did you say I have Elianku, Zach Moss, and who?
You have Zach Moss, KJ Hamler, and an open spot.
Right. I forgot I dropped Anku. All right, KJ Hamler.
Yeah.
One thing for clarification, by the way, I don't think this is going to happen, but I thought about this when there was a one-day contract recently. If we drafted somebody and they signed a one-day contract to retire a Buffalo Bill, would that count?
I think it counts. Yeah, we got to count it.
All right.
Yeah. Who's a candidate for that?
That's what I've said. I saw that happened in the league. I don't know if there is a candidate for that for the Bills, like Diggs.
Okay.
But that's not.
Yeah, right.
All right. So you guys go first.
I'm pretty comfortable with my team. I think I'm gonna hold strong. I like my three guys. I like Phillips a lot. I think Webb is an interesting OC candidate for them, and then Jefferson's whatever. I mean, whatever.
Okay.
We'll see.
I'm going to go for the long-term kill here, I think. This might be a little crazy. I'm going to hang on to Jeremy, I have Ryan Bates, Dayball, and who else?
Zach Davidson.
Zach Davidson. All right. I'm going to hang on to Zach Davidson and Dayball, and then I'm gonna add Tyrod Taylor to the squad. Because that if he joins as a backup at any point, even a third stringer, that could be huge.
That's 7 years of weeks.
So you're dropping Ryan Bates and going to Tyrod Taylor?
Yes. We'll go for the long play here if something happens.
He would win automatically if he got that.
Yeah,
yes, that'd be a big score. All right. I'm going to go with a deep pull here. I'm going to go with Kendall Vickers.
Jesus. What? Hold on. Let me give me one moment to ensure this is a real person who also played for the Buffalo Bills.
Kendall Vickers, yes.
Kendall Vickers, a defensive tackle who was with the Bills in 2022 and 2023.
Hold on. He's an edge/tackle hybrid player. Appeared in 2 games for the Bills in 2023. Played in one game with the Saints last year.
This is an insult to the game. Kendall Vickers.
What?
This is an insult to the game.
Defensive lineman. The game is all defensive.
This is the game.
Defensive lineman.
Drafting the people that nobody has ever heard of in their lives. Fine.
That's the game,
I'm trying to
Joe.
score 20 points here.
That's right.
I last played for the Bills in 2023. I've got a couple players on my roster, and I'm keeping Kingsley Jonathan, and I'm keeping Jimmy Charlo, and I'm dropping Mike White and going with Kendall Vickers.
All right, so it's up to me then, because Owen, you passed.
Yeah, I'm good,
and I need to add somebody. All right, I am going to go ahead and add Isaiah McKenzie. Nobody's got Isaiah McKenzie?
I dropped him to pick up Webb
before.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to add him back. We're thinking return game a little bit here. They're bouncing around from returner to returner. Hardman's hurt.
Right.
He used to return for them. I'll go. And he also asked to be signed back to the team. And Sean McDermott answered a question about that earlier in the season. All right. Isaiah McKenzie will be my current third guy.
All right.
I wanted a kicker. I wanted to find a kicker that was on this roster 15 years ago. And the best I could come up with was Chase McLaughlin, but he's not getting loose in Tampa. So don't think that's an avenue.
What about Nicholas Morrow? Maybe I should add him instead. Middle linebacker, right? He's with the Bills and the Eagles last year.
Okay. Yep. He wore number 32.
Okay. And, I'm just – Casey Toohill did work out for them. Austin Johnson. I'm just on, rosters from 2-3 years ago. This is how you play. Listen, Jacksonville has appeared in 10 games this year. You know what? Maybe he'll get cut by Jacksonville. Maybe I want Austin Johnson. Yeah, you know what? Scratch Kendall Vickers. We're going to go Austin Johnson. Put him back on the team.
Austin Johnson. You know what?
Yeah, there we go.
There was no. There's one other name I was just considering, but I'm not going to do it. Joe's inspired me with the Tyrod pick a little bit. Was just thinking about Peterman a little bit, maybe.
Oh,
just practice squad quarterback if somebody gets injured. But it's been a long time.
Yeah,
very long time.
All right.
Was this a good break from your vacation? Was this worthwhile?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, congratulations on the big score for Shaq Lawson.
Yes.
That's huge.
It'll be tough to top. All right, thank you, sir.
See ya.
All right, when we come back, Extendo Sports, and we'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. That's coming up here on WGR.
I agree with you. I think that the Patriots are here to stay, and this is going to be a war between these two franchises for the next 5 to 8 to 10 years.
Like the rest of Allen, probably.
I think the rest of Allen, we're going to be dealing with Allen versus May for the division every year. And part of what I thought, I was just trying to think of bright sides here, was could it be beneficial for the Bills to have a year where you're not coasting into the playoffs and where you're pushing for something? The last few years, I mean, there was the one Miami year, but they really coughed that up. And I feel like it could be good for them to feel pressure, to feel we got to do something here. Whether that means this year or in the future, I think this is going to force the Bills' hand to, we can't rest on our laurels. This team's going to get better. We need to keep up.
Right.
Because they're better than us right now.
Yeah, the idea.
They're a better team right now.
Yeah, when he said that, I think they're pretty close. Honestly, I think they're pretty close. What are the Bills definitively better at than New England right now?
Quarterback.
They have a better line and they have a better run game.
Right.
That's definitely true. You
Pass
still want to
catching.
give Allen over May? Good with that.
Right.
But May's been awesome all year. What else?
Pass catching is better on New England. The
secondary is better in New England.
Yeah, I think they are going to give the Bills fits, and I think it's going to force them to push, and that's going to be interesting to see what that means.
It's a good point. It kind of goes with how the Bills constantly act like everything is fine all the time. Will be fine. There's no, there's no Diggs fire like there used to be.
Right.
At least not that we see. Maybe there is. Maybe there's someone in that locker room that, maybe Terrell Bernard is somebody to be like that. I'm not sure. But the attitude of will be fine starts to get tested when, you sure? Because these guys just took your title. All right, Extra Point Show is coming up next. Just reading about how there's a Galapagos tortoise at the San Diego Zoo that passed away at 141 years old because they live forever, basically.
141?
Got to the zoo in 1928 and was still going. San Diego Zoo, we had the zoo. I had made a crazy zoo statement, apparently, a few months ago, which was that if you've seen one zoo, you've seen them all. And immediately, everyone that has been to that zoo responded with, "You've never been to the San Diego Zoo?" I guess there's one less tortoise to see, sadly. What else? The Sabres are off today. They're in action tomorrow. We'll see if Josh Norris is going to be doing regular line rushes today and getting back at it. Bill Guerin was at the arena on Sunday. The GM of the Minnesota Wild, but also the GM of Team USA. And his team was playing that night. He skipped that game because I guess he's doing scouting around the league. And obviously he's watching here for Tage and for Tuck. And probably not for Josh Doan. And probably not for Mattias Samuelsson. Although, listen, if you wanted to really get into it, the best 6 American defensemen so far this year, Mattias Samuelsson is one of those 6. But he definitely will not make the team. I think Tuck could really make Team USA. Tage probably will and should. Tuck, the reason I think Tuck's going to make Team USA is there's a vacancy that's been opened up by Chris Kreider.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. He is exactly the kind of role that Kreider would play for them.
Straight ahead, great skater, big, not necessarily huge, but tall.
Kills penalties.
And the penalty killing. They're going to want Tuck for killing penalties and forechecking, and he's going to be their fourth line winger.
Yeah, I have been thinking that for months now because it just makes too much sense. And they love taking a guy like that maybe they should take or maybe could take a Clayton Keller instead of.
Yep.
But they want that role filled.
Well, at least.
And they want whatever.
At least with Tuck, there have been times where they have grabbed 40-point guys to go play that role.
Right.
Nobody's.
Was Brock Nelson on the team last year?
Right.
That was.
Or I'll never forget when they brought Justin Abdelkader.
Right. Yeah.
Tuck is a point-a-game player this year.
Yes. He's a more effective guy than the Nelsons or Abdelkaders or whoever else that they want to throw in there.
I also don't know that he'll be on the Sabres at that point.
That's also true.
There was a report recently that the Sabres checked back in, and they're still miles apart.
Yeah. I saw that the Sabres might not have even reached double digits yet, which, if you're not in double digits for Tuck, you're not coming anywhere near him.
I think it's going to get very interesting what happens if they're in it. If they're not in it, 8 of their next 10 on the road, if they collapse in the next 10 games, then I think the writing's on the wall. They will trade Tuck at some point, and they will get picks and prospects, and they will not pay him $11 million a year. But if they are in the race, and they get in it here because they get healthy and the division stinks and they're around, then keeping him past the deadline without a contract becomes a real possibility to me. Because you got to break the playoff drought.
Right.
And, yeah, you could get a lot for him, I'm sure. But if he's on the top line and he's on pace for 80 points and he's your best penalty killer, I don't know that you would want to trade him.
I still think that if you're in that situation with that player, you don't put yourself in that kind of a hole for the 1 year. I think you bite the bullet, move him. If you can, move him for something that'll help you now.
Man, imagine, though, you do that and then you miss.
I know.
It might not even just be because of the move, but that'll get blamed.
100%. But I just don't want the fan base or the organization to be blinded to an actual good decision with the emotion of trying to break the drought. Because I think that's a short-sighted thing to do. If you're trying to build a hockey team to win for real, you don't make a decision like that. You know, this is not working. This guy's not going to stay. We're going to lose him for nothing, and we could get a king's ransom right now for it. Let's do it bite the bullet now, and we'll be better off for it.
See, at that point, I'd rather just give him $12 million. And that's not really a perfect, well thought out move either. But to me, that beats all the alternatives because I get to keep him for this year if I'm in the race. I am definitely going to be eating some bad years at the end of it.
Right.
But that's the kind of contract good teams do.
It is.
Good teams will say, yeah, 3-4 years of this, maybe 3 years of this is going to go really well, and I'm really going to be paying for it on the next 3. But cost of doing business.
Right.
And on the short term, I'm going to be really competitive. I'm going to be really good.
I think a lot of the good teams that do that, though, are established as good teams already.
That's fair.
But
that's true.
I hear you. It's a tough spot. That's it.
They also find their way to getting out of those contracts all the time. I'm not sure the Sabres would.
Right.
Right, like if Vegas, I guess he was there, so that's funny. If Vegas signed Tuck to a 7-year deal for $12 million a year,
they'd be out by
they
year
wouldn't
3.
need. They wouldn't need the final 3. They'd just move him.
They'd get rid of him.
They'd
for
give someone, here's a 2nd-round pick, take his contract.
Celebrini at some point. Like, that's just how they operate.
Right. All right, that'll do it for us. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the way next. We will talk tomorrow. Joe Marino among our guests tomorrow morning. So we'll talk to you then here on WGR.